This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. A transgender woman flagrantly violated a newly implemented Wyoming law Tuesday, which restricts people to the restroom corresponding to their birth sex in public buildings. And nothing happened. 27-year-old Rihanna Kelver and Kelver's former English teacher, Nikki Bondurant, announced to a Wyoming Highway Patrol officer stationed at a desk near the restroom that Kelver would be entering the restroom and checked to make sure no one else was in there. Kelver then entered and exited the restroom with no consequences. But Cowboy State Daily's Matthew Christian reports that the consequences would actually be the responsibility of the state government.
There's no penalty for a person who, quote unquote, violates the law, but there are penalties for governmental entities that don't enforce the law, and they can be sued. I.e., if you're in a restroom and a transgender person walks in there and you are uncomfortable, then you can sue the governmental entity and say, hey, I was uncomfortable. This violated my rights to privacy.
In the case of Kelver's protest, Bondurant's efforts to clear the bathroom beforehand removed potential plaintiffs, which therefore removed the law's enforcement mechanism. The University of Pennsylvania vowed Tuesday to erase top swimming records set by transgender swimmer Leah Thomas 3 years ago and apologized to female athletes that were displaced by Thomas. The announcement surfaced on the same day that Wyoming's new ban on transgender athletes participating in women's collegiate sports
that intersects with a bike path. He told investigators that she got in the road and I didn't have time to react, but investigators smelled alcohol on him, and then they did detect, I think, a 0.2 something blood alcohol concentration. And the scene evidence also showed that he was allegedly driving in the wrong lane.
Utter is facing up to 20 years in prison and $10,000 in fines if convicted. He also faces a misdemeanor count of drunk driving. A 74-year-old Casper man will not be charged for the shooting death of his daughter's boyfriend 4 months ago. The Natrona County District Attorney's Office announced Wednesday it won't prosecute Clarence Daniels in the death of 47-year-old Jeremiah Reyes on March 8th. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that the office says there's not enough evidence to justify the charge.
This man that was the daughter's boyfriend had been in prison for beating the daughter in 2016. And so he goes to the home with a loaded .44 caliber pistol. There's a confrontation. The gun goes off in the bedroom. And then the district attorney's office is saying that they can't find the evidence that's going to charge this man with either second-degree murder, manslaughter, or anything else. They're seeing it more as a self-defense situation. What's interesting is that the Casper Police Department initially asked for second-degree murder charges and aggravated assault.
Court documents also showed a previous incident between Daniels and Reyes on July 7th last year, in which Daniels had confronted Reyes and put a gun to Reyes' head before firing a shot into the floor. I'll be back with more news right after this.
The Wyoming way of life. There's nothing like it. And no financial partner like your local cooperative credit union to help you live life the way you want to. We help you save for a brighter future, borrow for your dream home, start your small business. We've got your finances, and you've got plans, so go ahead, pitch a tent, head for the rodeo, reel in a big trout, fire up the smoker. Wyoming's credit unions are here to stay, and here for you.
Fire crews from across the Bighorn Basin are responding to several small wildfires surrounding Thermopolis, sparked by a Tuesday afternoon thunderstorm. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that a pair of the blazes, called the Hall Road Fire and Coyote Run fires, have burned almost 1,000 acres of juniper and sagebrush within a mile of Thermopolis.
There have been several wildfires reported around Thermopolis over the last several days. The largest, as of Wednesday afternoon, had burned over 800 acres. Now, from the on-site people that I spoke to, they said that there was no cause for concern with any of these fires. But the thing that they did stress is that these fires have grown rather quickly, and it seems early in the season, but based on just the moisture that's in the ground, which isn't a lot, and based on the vegetation, we could have a very bad fire season on our hands if we're not careful and fire fire aware as we move through the summer.
Responders from Meeteetse, Washakie County, Fremont County, the Shoshone National Forest, and the Bureau of Land Management, as well as the Wyoming State Forestry Office, have rushed to Hot Springs County to assist. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
My name is Dre, and I had a stroke when I was only 16 years old.
It was a normal Saturday. He played 2 games back-to-back. During the games, something was off. He said his arm felt heavy. By 1 a.m., he was in emergency brain surgery because he was having a stroke.
I didn't want to, but I felt like I was just giving up.
That's when I found American Heart Association. They saved me that night. I don't know if Dre would be here today if it wasn't for the work that the American Heart Association has done.
The American Heart Association supports life-saving research that leads to medical breakthroughs. We are fighting to help prevent death from heart disease and stroke, educating people on prevention and early detection, and working every day to find treatments and cures so you and your loved ones can live happier, healthier lives. To learn more, go to heart.org today.
Yes, the Cowboy State Daily Show on a Thursday, July 3rd. And we're looking at stories about property tax. Maybe we're not done adjusting property tax relief, continuing with that effort. Why Cody's 4th of July celebration is beyond anybody else's. Jackson man accused of driving drunk, killing a bicyclist. Murder charge not going to happen in the case of a dad killing his daughter's boyfriend. I think he kind of had it coming. Fireworks in Cheyenne. Laramie, sorry. I get those two confused. Laramie, Cheyenne. It's like the same, sort of the same city. I'm working on new sound beds, and I'm trying to figure out which ones I like for what. Like, this could be my new weather. Nah, maybe not. Maybe this, that doesn't sound weathery. Maybe some jazz, yeah. This sounds like morning weather, which will be a bit of a mixed bag. Andrew Rossi has a story in the Cowboy State Daily about how the 4th of July weekend is going to include highs and lows and some rain. Casper, chance of rain in the late afternoon, otherwise mostly sunny. 91 today. Riverton, you'll be about 89, with again a chance of rain in the afternoon. At Evanston, yeah, you might see rain. Cloudy with highs 75. Green River, rain. Cloudy, breezy, highs 78. In the far west, Pinedale, chance of rain probably beginning in the early afternoon, highs 74. Alpine, rain, cloudy, 80. DuBois, chance of rain, mostly cloudy, 75. Jackson, chance of rain, mostly cloudy, 78. Bighorn Basin, chance of rain in the late afternoon, otherwise partly sunny, 90. Cody, you might get some late afternoon rain with highs 85. Buffalo, chance of rain in the late afternoon, partly sunny, otherwise 86. Sheridan, 89 with afternoon rain showers. Gillette, chance of rain maybe beginning around 3. Otherwise mostly sunny, highs 93 in Gillette. Newcastle 93 as well, mostly sunny. You might escape rain, very slight chance of rain, maybe overnight, Newcastle. Torrington, sunny, hot, highs 96. Chance of rain in Wheatland in the afternoon. Otherwise sunny at 93. Cheyenne, chance of rain. Sunny start to the day. Highs 86. Chance of rain in Laramie with 83 the high. Rawlins, rain in the afternoon. Clouds on the increase today. Breezy, 81. That's your weather forecast across the state. I need a minute to drink coffee. It is the first thing in the morning, and I have not got enough in my system yet. Normally, we would have Jen Coker on, and I could drink coffee for a second while Jen talked, but she's bouncing out today. Unfortunately for me. Greg will be on in a moment. Meanwhile, legislators say they're not done maybe looking for ways to lower property tax. We have the 25% off sale that we already got. And I noticed my landlord has not passed that along to me. When property taxes escalated, my rent did as well. But when property taxes have gone back down, the rent has not. And that's kind of the way it goes. That's like gas prices. Same thing. What brings gas prices down? Not much. What brings gas prices up at the pump? Everything. Yeah, they only seem to go in one direction. Wyoming legislators say they're not done. They did pass the 25% tax break, property tax break earlier this year, but they're not done looking for long-term reform, something that's going to be a little more meaningful, impactful in the long term. That 25% property tax break was just a bit of a Band-Aid. Options include, and it's still on the table, completely eliminating residential property tax altogether. That was considered at the last session, did not pass. But it could be on the table again. How do you make that work? That's the thing. If you have no property tax coming in and property tax funds a lot of things in the county, in your municipality, in your town. How do you make that work? You increase sales tax. It's been done, actually, in other states. There is somewhat of a movement on to get rid of property tax. I wouldn't mind that. I mean, I understand we depend on the revenue, but property tax is just a relentless, never-ending tax, and it doesn't seem to be fair. I mean, no tax appears to be fair. You're taxed when you make money. Before you ever see it, the government reaches in and grabs some of that. Well, we'll take some of that. Look at you out there earning. Well, what do you think you're doing out there making a living? We'll take some of that. Then you're taxed when you go spend the money on something, sales tax. Oh, we'll take some of that too. Look, you're spending. Yeah, you're spurring the economy. We'll take some of that. And then you're taxed when you don't do either, when you just try to save it. Oh, I'll just squirrel this money away because just save for a rainy day. Government takes that too. Oh, saving money, are you? We'll take some of that. Oh, man. Yeah, I accidentally made a little bit of money on interest in my savings account, and the government wants their hand in that too. They got to tax cigarettes, gas, your car when you buy it, sales tax, your car when you register it. Once a year, they hit you. And then the property tax thing, which aligned with your assessed value is really problematic. And that's where we get into the heart of the issue with property tax. I mean, when you bought the house, that was the biggest outlay you're going to have in your life. You know, that Back in the 60s, 70s, that $200,000 house, maybe even more recent than that, 200,000 was like 90s. Back in the 90s, you spend $200,000 and that was a pretty good starter home, right? And you had to pay property taxes on that were painful. And then every year thereafter, not just based on the 200 grand, which would be the fair way to do it, I think. Right? Isn't that the way to solve this, Tony Locke? Tony Locke is on the Wyoming House Revenue Committee. He's the chair, Republican out of Casper. And he said he's still thinking about a permanent solution to property tax relief. Maybe a 50% tax break, on top of, instead of the 25%. Whatever it is, there got to be something long-term. Locke said, what I believe we need is to move toward what I would refer to as long-term reform. This in a story in the Cowboy State Daily by Matthew Christian. One option is to remove the state's property tax entirely, replace some of the lost revenue with a higher sales tax. State Rep Steve Harshman, Republican out of Casper, introduced just that kind of a bill in the last session. It did not pass. That's scary. I mean, lawmakers were eventually too frightened to do a complete halving of property tax. 50% scared them off. There was a time when we were looking at 50%. That would have been significant. That would have been tax relief. But to eliminate property tax entirely, especially with no backfill, no accounting for the lost revenue, that would be reckless. So I'm not surprised that didn't pass, but it's not off the table. Other states have eliminated their property tax, and they're still alive, sort of. Legislation. This is Matthew Christian writing this story. Legislation to remove property tax isn't unique to Wyoming. Former Wyoming resident and Tax Foundation senior policy analyst Manish Bhatt told Cowboy State Daily, Bhatt said, we're in what many are calling a property tax revolt, where we're seeing states around the country consider eliminating the property tax altogether. But then, of course, how do you pay for stuff? Property tax pays for a lot of things that you enjoy. Fire department, you kind of want that fire put out, etc. But why not lock people in at the assessed value of the home when you bought it, or the price when you bought it? Never mind the assessed value. This removes the county assessor who's got a target drawn on his or her back once a year with your property assessment. This removes the whole real estate game, which is like monopoly. It gets out of hand. It gets crazy in places where real estate explodes. The prices of homes explode, and your assessed value is now, for that $200,000 starter home, is now $2 million. This, happens in Jackson, but it happens everywhere in Wyoming and everywhere in the country. That's not fair. The home you bought for 200 grand, whatever, that's the buying price. So I think you lock people in at the money they paid for their house. That's the property tax they pay forever. And if they're in their home 40 years later, and everyone else in the neighborhood who just bought, Joe just bought last month, and he's paying property tax on a $3 million home, but you're across the street and you're paying property tax on a $150,000 home. Well, you should be rewarded, honestly, for staying where you are. Why do we shouldn't reward mobility? Although guess who lobbies against that? The real estate business, the real estate industry, the realtors, agents. They hate the idea someone may stay in their home. They want you picking up and moving so they can flip that house and flip it again. But if you want to be the little old lady, or if you want to be that family that commits to your community, stays somewhere for 40, 50 years, and you're in what is essentially rent control, like in New York City, you're locked in at that lower property tax rate based on what you bought your home for. I don't see anything wrong with that. It'll be reduced revenue for the city and the county for things they need, but basically it'll all get made up because somebody's going to move. There'll be new house purchases. Not everybody's just going to stay in their house forever just because the property tax is low. Eventually you'll get sales, you'll get turnover, and you'll get your money. City coffers and county commissioners, you'll get your money. You'll be able to buy that new shiny fire truck. People should pay based on property tax based on what you bought your home for. Period. That would solve the whole deal. Why aren't they talking about that? Tony, what do you think? Isn't that the way to do it? Tony Locke still considering a way to do property tax relief for people in Wyoming. Eliminating it altogether? Wow, that might be stepping off a ledge. And just cutting the bill for no reason, just saying 25% off, that just seems like the latest sale at Macy's. That's weird. You can't just redo, and you still got the ongoing problem of the assessor every year saying, guess what? Your home's now worth this. And you're thinking, how? Why? You got no control over what your home is worth. Yeah, I think the fairest way to do it is you're locked in at what you bought the home for. That's sort of how they do your motor vehicle registration. In fact, that even reduces. As you hang on to that old jalopy, you pay less and less every year. I don't know. That seems to be that's my solution. What say you? Chime in on the Facebooks or chime in on our text. Shoot me a text, 307-999-TALK, 307-999-8255. Give me a text. Let me know. Does that work for you? Whatever you bought your house for, that's what your property tax is based on, that percentage. Forever, for as long as you own the house. When you go to sell and the next dude comes in and buys the house for, 10 times what you bought it for, that's the property tax he's paying. And he knows that going in. All these things are known. There's no weird variables. There's no people that are basically pushed out of their home because they can't afford the property tax anymore. The 80-year-old retiree who bought that home in the 70s now has to leave. He has to sell. He can't pay the property tax anymore. That is not right. And just telling him he's got 25% off for the next 2 years while we figure things out, that's some relief, but not, I'd still be sweating it. Yeah, I think it's the only fair way to do it. There, solve that problem. Let's take a break, get Greg Johnson in here.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I'm an ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Can you see anything different as a pill? No. You don't know?
Fentanyl is being mixed into everything now. There's only one thing that will save somebody's life. That is naloxone nasal spray.
Fentanyl, it's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable.
Why would drug dealers put a lethal dose of fentanyl in drugs if they know it's so harmful?
Really just all about the money.
I just didn't realize that one pill could change your whole life.
More kids should know.
In today's digital world, it's hard to know who to trust. Your local TV and radio stations bring you the facts. Misinformation and deep fakes flood social media, but broadcasters deliver verified and accurate news. For news, emergency updates, sports, and entertainment, turn to your local stations. Text TV to 52886 and urge Congress to support the vital local journalism broadcasters provide.
Did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
I'm trying out some new music, Greg. We're in the nightclub now.
Yeah, I expect some bottle service here, Jake. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Oh, okay.
I need something to lift my spirits because the Yankees are in a free fall.
Oh, I checked the standings this morning, and they're no longer at the top.
I told you.
They have the Blue Jays above them with the same record.
We're going to hit the All-Star break a game back. Toronto is roaring to the top. Both teams with identical records.
So did they sweep them?
Not yet. Tomorrow, today,
is it a 4-game?
4-game set, and this will. Yankees got to do something.
Wow. Are these at home for the Yankees also?
No, we're in Canada.
Okay.
Where runs are discounted, a run in America is worth 1 point, 1 run. In Canada, if you score a run, it's worth only like 0.75. So a Grand Slam home run is just 3 runs. If you hit
you have to stop at third.
Yeah, it's discounted. That's why nobody wants to play in Canada. The dollar and the run aren't worth nothing. It's not fair.
Well, Tampa Bay is only a half game behind both of you. Both of you in the Blue Jays.
They're there too. I mean, the only consolation is Boston continues to be terrible, which I like.
Well, the Rockies did lose again. They're now 35 and a half games behind the Dodgers.
Yeah, and even more, I like the odds of them winning a World Series continue to climb faster than the national debt. I love watching those numbers go up. What you would win if you bet on The Rockies right now today for them to win the World Series. Like $1 would pay you $200,000 or something. Like the odds.
I wonder when that cutoff is for the Rockies to be like the fastest team in history to be mathematically eliminated.
Yeah.
From postseason play.
Yeah. It's coming fast. It's coming.
Yeah. It's funny. It could be close to the All-Star game. It won't. It's not quite that close.
Yeah, out of it by the halfway break. Oh boy.
I mean, they pretty much are. Just not mathematically yet.
Yeah. I mean, there's still hope. You want to put down that bet, you can put it down. I mean,
they're falling way behind everybody else though, because they are the second worst team in the baseball is the White Sox, which isn't a surprise because they have been there. But they're still 9 games ahead of where the Rockies are.
I just had a great idea. For teams that are so out of it so early, there's no reason to even have interest in them anymore. The Major League Baseball should do this. MLB has been changing the game a lot. They've been tinkering with an 150-year-old game, and it's sometimes sad to watch. This ghost runner at second when you get to extra innings and denying the shit, like doing all these stuff to meddle with the game. The game's been perfect since it was invented. But anyway, here's what they should do if they wanted to mess around with the game. At the All-Star break, take the bottom feeders from every division, the last place teams, and put them all in their own division and let them play and say, whoever wins this loser division gets in the playoffs too. Of course, they would be stomped immediately in September, but we give you something to play for. The Rockies would be even out of that one already, if you put them in that. Here's the worst of Major League Baseball. You have
the Rockies will fall 10 games behind in that one too.
You have a brand new chance. It's a brand new day, Colorado. Oh, no, it's not. You're 15 games back even in that new division.
Yeah. I've said this for a long time because there's so many college bowl games. There's a bowl game for everything.
Oh yeah.
About every team makes a bowl game.
Yeah.
So I thought that they should take the 2 worst teams in Division I football, and they could play the Tidy Bowl.
The Tidy Bowl.
Yeah.
Well, it's entertainment. People would watch it.
Yeah, if you could get the Tidy Bowl folks to sponsor that.
Yeah.
I don't know if they want to sponsor, the worst of the worst, but kind of makes sense.
Yeah. Do you want to be associated with the worst of the worst? But if you made it fun, if you had an inventive marketing team and they were able to create an angle to make it work, it'd be fun. And people would watch that more than they would watch, one of the 30-something bowl. Like, what is this game? 2 teams that have
6 records.
Yeah, 500 records. Yes. And yeah. Teams that you didn't even know were a college. You're like Michigan Engineering State Agriculture School.
Yeah,
like what? What is that?
Polytechnic.
Polytech. Yeah. What are those? I didn't even know they had money for helmets. Yeah.
Well, they're an engineering school. They make the helmets.
Wow. Yeah. They print them on a 3D printer.
Probably great helmets. They just don't play very well.
They were the best helmets. Nobody ever got a concussion because nobody ever hit anybody. They never won a game. Yeah, but no, more people would watch the worst of the worst because it'd be a novelty. It'd be something. It'd be like, these are the 2 worst teams ever in college this season. Watch them play each other. Oh, people would watch that.
Would you want to call it?
I mean, people.
Jake Nichols here with this year's Tidy Bowl.
I'll call the game. I mean, people watch midget wrestling for the same reason. You watch it for the absurdity.
Maybe that could be the halftime show.
Maybe. I don't know, but it would be. I mean, 2 teams on equal footing, equally bad. Maybe it'd be a competitive game.
Yeah. Something's bugging me today.
Yeah.
I read about this Jeopardy scandal erupts. Like, oh, what the heck is this? A scandal, a Jeopardy scandal. I read the story, and what it is some media outlets reported that this husband and wife who had both become Jeopardy champions were the first husband and wife to become Jeopardy champions. And I guess that's not true. Others had done it before.
Oh.
Now, how is this a freaking scandal? I mean, people misreported they were the first ones. Okay, yeah, it was wrong. But is it really a scandal? I mean, is it scandalous that they reported the others weren't
obvious,
didn't get their due or something? I mean, I don't know that raises to the level of a headline, Jeopardy scandal erupts.
Yeah, but you're saying this as somebody who writes headlines, who understands sometimes you've got to lean towards the sensational if you want to get eyeballs on it.
Well, no, it's okay to do that if that's what the story is.
If it's more truthful, like
if it's accurate. A scandal, then you say it's a scandal. But I'm just reading through the whole thing, and I'm like, how is this a scandal?
Mm.
Well, why is this I mean, if it was, Jeopardy champions stripped nude live on TV or something, yeah, that's a scandal. They're having an affair with the host. That's a scandal. But just that it was reported wrong that's not a scandal.
Well, you don't like the wordsmithing. You don't like the use of that word, scandal. It's inappropriate.
Yeah, it's not a scandal.
Okay.
I mean, it's not scandalous.
No, I agree. Right.
So yeah, I do. I disagree with Entertainment Weekly calling this a scandal.
Right. It's the wrong word. You don't necessarily are against sensational headlines. I mean, there's degrees of sensationalism and the UK Mail and stuff like that.
I'm fine with the sensational headline.
Right. Just
it's a sensational story and it reflects the story. That's fine. But I mean, Entertainment Weekly, they owe me something because I would have never read this story if I didn't think I was going to be reading about a scandal.
Yeah. And you know what they'll say is, well, we made you read it. They don't care to be accurate. Nobody does. That's the wrong word in that headline. This is not a scandal, as Greg points out. It's not the correct word. Let's be correct. It's okay to be sensational, to be clickbaity, to try to perk somebody's interest. Like, ooh, maybe I'll read this. But scandal is not even accurate here. It's the wrong word.
Yeah.
It just
a scandal is, cheating on a trivia contest or something like that.
Yeah. Oh,
that would be scandalous.
That is scandalous. What are you going to be doing at about 9:25
I'm going to be working. There's no way.
Sure you are.
I'm going to have time to check in on that, but maybe at some time I'll check it in and think it. Did you see the reel that?
Yeah.
That they made on it. That was
excellent.
That was really fun.
Yeah, I hope. Yeah, I want to see that. I didn't see it in my socials. Like the analytics didn't pop it into my social, but I did see it internally. Funny. Later, Ask Abby segment will be all about idioms and common sayings and trying to figure out where they came from. Like, mind your P's and Q's. What does that mean and where did it come from? Abby is going to be totally lost without outside help. So.
Okay.
All right.
Let me Google that. No, I'm just kidding.
Before you came on, I solved the property tax issues, so we're done with that. But I did enjoy Matthew Christian's story about legislators still not convinced. They did give a 25% off sale for property tax, but that's temporary relief. That's a Band-Aid. They're looking for something long-term. I think eliminating residential property tax is like, that's at the extreme. That's a little crazy. But my idea was just to tie your property tax into what you paid originally, and that's your rate forever until you sell the home.
Yeah, they proposed something like that.
Did they?
A couple years ago? Basically, it's like your car.
Right.
Your car, you're paying. I would get mad about that when I had when I was driving a 20-year-old Durango, and I was still paying the same. I was still paying the same registration based on what it was worth when it was bought new. When now, 20 years later, it's worth a couple of buttons and a matchbox.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's an idea, and the eliminating altogether isn't that bad of an idea. With the sales tax increase, but you have to make sure that sales tax increase is correct.
You mean to cover the missing revenue? Yeah.
Yeah. Because in some ways, I don't know. I don't know if I'm in favor of it or not, but there's some interesting things about it that, number one, everybody's paying the sales tax. It's not just the homeowners paying the property tax. It's, renters and everybody. It's not only property owners who are paying that tax, renters and everybody. So it's spread a little more fairly. However, they're saying you're raising taxes for, if you're a renter, then you probably don't have as much income as someone who is a buyer. And so, you're raising taxes on them.
Yeah. Wait, why is a renter paying property tax? What do you mean?
Well, they wouldn't be. Right now, they don't pay property tax because they don't own it. However, if you get rid of it and raise the sales tax, everybody is paying more.
Right.
And so
and
visitors, people from out of state will pay more.
Yeah, and I'm not for that. I'm not saying replace property tax with sales tax to any degree, because it punishes people spending, and you want people to spend to keep the economy going. I don't like that at all. I'm just saying remove the most objectionable things from property tax, and that's the assessor coming by once a year saying, guess what, your house is now worth this. And it's just sort of, it's a guess, and it's not fair for people, on a fixed income elderly who bought their home 50 years ago, and they're now pushed out of their home for no reason other than the real estate market has gone bonkers. That's not fair to them. It's not fair to the assessor, who becomes public enemy number one. Everybody appeals their assessment. That's a pain in the butt. Just make it more knowable. Remove the variables and the guesswork. Here's what you bought your home for. That's your property tax for as long as you remain in it. You know who doesn't like it? There's no reason to object to this except the real estate industry. They hate it because now nobody will move out of their home, is what they'll say, and they'll lobby hard against it.
Yeah, but there's also with the assessment thing. I mean, it's kind of, people want to have their cake and eat it too with that, because you want a low assessment because you don't want to pay the property tax. However, then your valuable, for most people, their most valuable asset isn't worth as much. And if you go to sell it, the assessment says it's not worth what you want to sell it for.
Yeah, but the assessment has less to do with whatever your agent thinks he can get for it. The market controls that. You'll get your payback. I don't know. I think I fixed it, but I'm going to tell Tony Locke I fixed it. Tony, it's Jake.
Yeah, get him on your show. Tell him you fixed the property tax.
You're right. I'm going to make a note.
Yeah, I think Tony on. Stop everybody at the border. Like they do in California, to make sure you're not taking a grape in there. Stop everybody at the border and just check their ID. If you're not from Wyoming, you got to pay $200. Don't pay it, you don't get in.
A toll to come into the great state of Wyoming.
Yeah, the Wyoming toll.
Yeah. I'm for that too. I'll mention that to Tony if he hasn't completely laughed me off the planet after my first idea. Yeah, I got to have him on and discuss that. Excellent. I like where we're going with this. We've made a new baseball division of losers. We've created a new college football bowl game, and we solved the property tax issue, and we're on a roll here.
Yeah, not bad for a few minutes.
Why don't you knock off for the morning? You've done enough work, or do you want to stick around? What are you doing?
I can stick around.
Awesome. We'll be right back.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear. But don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks?
Ooh.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane. Woo! You got this.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right?
I can't say that I have. I mean,
If you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own.
I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Cowboy State Daily show with Jake on a Thursday. Greg Johnson's with us. He's the Cowboy State Daily managing editor. And you'll never see a headline with the word scandal from Greg Johnson. At least not if it doesn't fit.
You will if it is a scandal.
I know.
If it's about you, Jake, it probably will have a little scandal.
Come on. I'm looking to see how
Cowboy State Daily will show Jake's scandal. Rocks Wyoming.
One day you may have to write about something scandalous on this show. Maybe in coverage of Tony Locke's appearance and lowly radio host solves property tax issue for Wyoming. Governor awards Medal of Honor. Something like that. No scandal. Just hero type stuff.
Yeah. Well, is it a scandal to cause an evacuation because you're making your own fireworks?
I saw that. My favorite part about this story, Greg's talking about several homes in the Laramie mobile home park area evacuated when it was found that somebody was making, and you think fireworks, you're like, oh, big deal. You got to evacuate an entire neighborhood. What about that fireworks plant in California that blew up? 7 people missing, presumed dead. Like, fireworks can blow up. I don't know if it's scandalous, but my favorite part of the story is Richard's comment. And I love reading the comments. Richard's having some fun with it. When you think about 4th of July, many of us in Wyoming think fireworks. Make sure you count your fingers. If you got this many today, make sure you got this many tomorrow. Emergency rooms across the state going to be busy with people who held it too long. I thought the fuse would. Richard goes down the list of firecrackers, and it reminds me how funny they're marketed. He said, wait, was there no black cats, Roman candles, screaming Mimis, lady fingers, fuzz buttles, snicker bombs, church burners, finger blasters, zippity doodahs, or crap flappers? I don't know.
Yeah, that's from Joe Dirt, and that's in our newsletter this morning.
Oh, is it really?
Yep.
Whistling, yeah, screen splitters, whisker biscuits.
Whisker do's, whisker don'ts. Yeah.
That is fantastic. I love it. I'm not a big fireworks guy. Are you? Do you set them off?
Not really. I don't mind them though.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't mind someone else doing it. I'm not all crazy about it though. I've never bought a firework in my life.
My mom wasn't a fan of doing our own.
Yeah.
Because when I was real little, there was a neighbor lived right behind us, and their kid got like 3 of his fingers blown off was holding an M80. And ever after that, she's like, no, I don't want to near my kids.
That's it. Yeah, that'll be the end. Mom sees it once, and mom sees a neighborhood kid with measles, and you're going in to get a vaccination.
Have you seen those? They've got the snakes now. You know the snakes where just the black thing comes out, and I don't know what's exciting about them at all, but just the little. It's just like a little black thing of ash.
A fire!
And it just
does it sizzle?
No, not really. It just makes this snake of black ash that comes out of the little thing. Well, now they're making them where it's like a dog or a cat crapping, and the snake comes out.
Oh boy. That's pretty inventive of the Chinese. Don't they make all the fireworks? The Italians make the high-end fireworks.
Yeah. I thought about it. I just haven't had time to do anything about it, but I thought it would have been interesting to go down to the fireworks stands here at the Colorado border. Because in Colorado, you can drug up all you want, but fireworks are too dangerous to have. Apparently.
Yeah.
And to see, the ones that are made in China, I wonder how much more expensive they are because of the tariffs and stuff.
Oh, well, that could be, that could be a story.
Nah, I don't know. I don't know if it's really interesting or not. It's just something I've wondered.
It is interesting to make fun of Colorado, saying that if you're going to light up something 3 inches long, it better be a roach.
Yeah. Well, they got mushrooms are legal there too now. So.
Right. You better be lighting a joint, not a firecracker, because the joint's so much better for you.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they go after like the sugary drinks and stuff. I don't do sugar myself, but that doesn't mean that it needs to be legislated.
Well, if we eliminate sugar and firecrackers, we may live forever, but measles could get us. Measles are now in Wyoming. Cowboy State Daily has the story. And I like that Dale, is it Dale that wrote it?
Yep.
I like that he did include when this poor kid who has measles, he was in the ER at Banner at the hospital, and Dale included when he was there because there was an estimated more than 24 people that were in the room with him during the time he was waiting. So presumably you're breathing the same air. And so Dale did mention when this kid was there in case you want to check yourself. And Dr. Alexia Harris, the state health officer, also dropped some knowledge about reverse airflow, which is kind of neat. Negative airflow. She didn't know if the hospital does that, but it is a thing, which I didn't know.
Yeah. You know, they use it in bars and stuff.
Oh.
Like if they allow smoking in a bar or something, that's how they can, if they have like some kind of a negative airflow system, how they can keep like an area, you know, the rest of the area.
Yeah.
Smoke without smoke.
That's interesting. Wyoming's first child measles case identified. First one since 2010. We thought we were done with that, but I noticed the feedback on that story I'm not interested in because it gets all political. As soon as you put this story about measles, it's, Trump did this and RFK did that. It's just all goes right to politics.
Yeah. I think RFK actually went to Banner and had a little vial and actually
released
all those people to measles himself.
That's what people's go-to is, their immediate reaction.
Yeah, I'm tracking down stories throughout the day, and I was like wondering what's the process, Dale? How's it going? So I'm gonna give you measles. All right.
Yeah. You'll have
all right. Well, I'll just take the story. I'm
Let's put it this way, Greg. You'll have measles by 4. Oh, great. I better tell my doctor. Yeah.
It's good to know when that's coming.
Right. Well, we got fires starting up all over the place outside of Thermop, and
it's interesting. I mean, 1,000 acres isn't a lot, but it's right there around town. One of those fires was within a mile of the town, so I'm sure people there are seeing the smoke and I'm noticing. Been seeing a lot of little ones popping up in the Bridger Teton National Forest.
Yeah, I mean,
real tiny ones. They reported. They even gave it a name. They gave it, they give fires names. They gave this fire a name of one tree. One tree got hit by lightning and burned, and they said the something fire. It's this one tree.
The one tree fire.
Yep.
The one tree fire is now 325,000 acres. Yeah. Wow, that blew up. The good thing with lightning right now, we'll probably see some today and tomorrow, is it's going to come with a lot of moisture. It's not like that dry lightning of August. Hopefully, comes with rain.
It doesn't stop it. That doesn't stop it from starting fires because things are still dry.
Yeah.
And if it strikes, even if it's raining, it can still it can make some embers and it can just smolder for a while before it actually becomes a fire.
Yep. So Mother Nature's doing her best to make fire. So don't contribute with the firecrackers, please. The fireworks. It's not only bad for your fingers. It could be bad for everybody if that thing gets out of hand. Got to be careful. I remember some years the fire season started so early and it was so bad conditions that there was an outright ban. There's a lot of, most every community bans fireworks within town limits or city limits, but there was a ban on nobody should be shooting one anywhere, real enforcement too. If anybody heard a pop in the sky, they would come looking for where that came from.
Yeah, I've been hearing them around my place for the last week.
Well, we got to roll out of here. It's that time.
All right. What are you doing tomorrow?
I don't know yet. I mean, I'm going to do this show, but I don't know. My wife's out of town. I don't know. I might go golfing today. Tomorrow I might do just nothing. I don't know. We'll see. Gonna be American.
You're gonna be American.
That's about it.
Just gonna sit around being American.
Gonna sit around being American. Thanks, Greg. Have a great day.
All right. Yeah, have a good Fourth.
All right. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Top of the hour news break.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Corr. A judge's decision to temporarily stop payments to Wyoming's school choice voucher program has brought utter chaos to the families of the students enrolled. That's what Wyoming Superintendent of Public Instruction Megan Degenfelder said Wednesday during an appearance on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. Cowboy State Daily's Matthew Christian reports that roughly 4,000 students have enrolled in the Steamboat Legacy Scholarships program, but the Wyoming Education Association and a handful of parents are challenging the constitutionality of the program.
She said there's one woman who enrolled her daughter in a preschool based on the assumption that that scholarship would pay for that. And the woman took a job afterwards based on that assumption. And so she may have to quit her job if those payments are not made.
Judge Peter Frolicker is expected to make a permanent ruling in mid-July. Until then, Degenfelder says everything is in a holding pattern. A former Wyoming Supreme Court justice will be Wyoming's next Attorney General. Governor Mark Gordon appointed Keith Couts to the post on Wednesday. Matthew Christian reports that Couts served as a Wyoming Supreme Court justice from 2015 to 2024 when he was constitutionally required to retire at age 70.
Wyoming is one of a very, very few states that the attorney general is appointed by the governor. Most states elect their attorney generals. I mean, he was appointed by the governor. The governor's previous attorney general was appointed by the governor to the Supreme Court, and the new attorney general was on the Supreme Court. I talked to former Attorney General Bill Hill. He said Mr. Counts was first rate, and he did a great job as a justice, and he's very confident that he could do a great job as Attorney General.
Prior to the Wyoming Supreme Court, Couts served as a district court judge in the 8th Judicial District, which includes Converse, Goshen, Niobrara, and Platte counties. A Glenrock company will start drilling dozens of holes in the Powder River Basin this month to explore potential to mine uranium. Single Water Services will mobilize equipment to the Pine Ridge Uranium Project north of Glenrock later this month, preparing to launch a massive exploration that could establish Wyoming's second largest uranium resource. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison spoke to Levi Single, whose four-man crew is a local piece of an ambitious, internationally connected campaign designed to prove up the Pine Ridge deposit.
They plan to officially break ground July 21st, punching holes into the ground and then testing them for mineral deposits using this technology that sounds fascinating. You drop a device down a wire, and as it goes through, it can rate the radioactivity and tell you what minerals are down there, including uranium. And so really, they're just characterizing this huge ore deposit, and it's the first step in what they hope will be not only a mining, but a processing operation.
The Pine Ridge Project sits at the center of an international uranium venture that stretches from Winnipeg to Sydney to Namibia's Skeleton Coast. I'll be back with more news right after this.
The Wyoming way of life. There's nothing like it. And no financial partner like your local cooperative credit union to help you live life the way you want to. We help you save for a brighter future, borrow for your dream home, start your small business. We've got your finances. And you've got plans, so go ahead, pitch a tent, head for the rodeo, reel in a big trout, fire up the smoker. Wyoming's credit unions are here to stay and here for you.
Well, if there was a competition for the best 4th of July celebration in Wyoming, Cody might win by a country mile. That's because it throws a 5-day party filled with parades, rodeos, fireworks, and celebrities that attract huge crowds. And Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi will be right in the middle of the action, announcing the parades that have become a centerpiece of the town's annual Independence Day and PRCA rodeo event.
you're talking about a gateway community right outside Yellowstone National Park. It's a spot where everybody wants to be seen. Like, there have been notable names like Cole Hauser was the Grand Marshal in 2022. Larry the Cable Guy was the Grand Marshal just last year. I don't know if you could ever say which is the best 4th of July parade in Wyoming, but just going by history and who shows up, it seems like Cody is the parade that everybody wants to be seen in or seen watching.
Typical attendees of the Cody Stampede parades include the governor, secretaries of state and education, the entire U.S. congressional delegation, and high school bands from across the state. In fact, in 1976, America's bicentennial, the Grand Marshal was none other than the Duke himself, John Wayne. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
The challenges our planet's animals are facing sometimes feel a bit heavy.
The animals haven't eaten in a day, 2 days, they haven't drank anything, they're cold, they're dehydrated.
As soon as we started our descent, everywhere I could see was mud. Just absolutely mud.
The country has been in prolonged drought for so long. It was like a tinderbox waiting to go up. Okay, very heavy. Each of us wants to be part of the solution, and we can be. Remember that there's good happening right now. At home.
All right, we were able to get into your unit, and we have all 4 of your cats. So,
okay. And around the world. For any animal in any disaster. So let's focus on that, right? Be part of the solution, one rescue at a time. Search ifa.org/disaster ready.
And we're back. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake here on a July 3rd, day before Firecracker Day. Get out your firecrackers. That music sounds like these boots are made for walking, right? That's that bass line, descending bass line. And then Nancy Sinatra starts singing. Sounds just like that. Without the whole copyright infringement for us, which is good news. These boots are made for walking. Yeah, that's what it sounds like. That bass, anyway. Anyway, where was I? After I solved property tax relief. Oh, yeah, this story is trending really well on socials for Cowboy State Daily. Governor Gordon has named a new attorney general. The old one went to go serve on the Supreme Court, and the new one came from the Supreme Court. We just swapped. Actually, the new one is an old one. pretty old. I'm a little worried. That's the only negative maybe to find in the announcement that Keith Couts will be Wyoming's 39th Attorney General. Governor Gordon made the announcement the other day, the appointment. We're going to be talking to Governor Gordon next week on the show, and we'll ask him some things maybe about this. Without a doubt, and I don't know Keith Couts. I'm vaguely familiar with some of his work as a member of the Supremes. He was on the state Supreme Court for, how many years? I suppose I should go read the story. It's probably in there, but he termed out. He aged out on the Supreme Court at age 70. And that was last year. So Couts is getting up there. And I understand 70 is the new 50 or whatever. He's still got a beautiful mind, I'm sure. We're not ready to put people in mothballs at age 70. But the AG for Wyoming is, I mean, I would say first and foremost, what you need is stamina. Me personally, I would say that. I mean, the job comes with a lot of different aspects. There's a lot of different things you have to do as Attorney General. You are the state's attorney. You are the number one lawyer. You are the law dog for the state of Wyoming. So if anything legalish comes up, that's you. But what it's meant anymore in the year 2025 is you're constantly filing lawsuits and defending the state against lawsuits. That's every day. You go to work. What's the latest lawsuit? Who sued us now? What animal rights activists? What environmentalists? What other states? Who sued us today? And that's your day. That's what you do. I mean, it's just, it's never ending. Who's the old one? She did a great job, and she's now headed for the Supremes. What the heck is her name? She's got to be in this story, right? Matthew Christian wrote the story, by the way. And Couts replaces... Oh, brother. I can't remember. My memory is fading, and I'm not 70 yet, and my memory's already slipping away. So that's the only thing I worry about Keith Couts is he aged off the Supreme Court and into a job that's got just as much workload, if not more. Wyoming Attorney General. Again, this part of the show is the most exciting when Jake Googles stuff. That's the big radio show. List of Wyoming Attorney Generals. Couts, of course, is now named, so his name comes up when you... Boy, the Googler is right up to date, huh? None of these replies have the old one, who is still... Oh, boy. Wyoming Attorney General. Here's a list of all of them. I guess I could look at that. Former Attorney Generals. Oh, Bridget Hill. That's right. Bridget Hill. And she did the job for 6 years. God bless her. From 2019 to 2025. Now, here's a question we can ask. From what I understand, the AG is appointed by the governor, of course, not elected, and serves for that governor, serves at the pleasure of that governor, and that governor only, I believe. And then, so you're looking at Governor Gordon terming out here shortly. So presumably Couts doesn't have this job for long, which is maybe why you do tap a 72-year-old to be your guy. But he doesn't presume to be there very long. But everybody, pretty much everybody likes this guy. Like 99% approval rating. 4.9 stars if he was an Amazon product. Keith Couts doing really well in the comment section trending. The only thing some people point out is he's not a spring chicken. I mean, they threw him off the Supreme Court because he was an old geezer. I'm just kidding, Keith. But he did, it's mandatory that you can only serve on the state Supreme Court till you're 70. So he aged off the Supreme Court. Now, a year later, he's appointed Attorney General. And other than being really good at law, the Wyoming AG has to have stamina, in my opinion. Because ask Bridget Hill. Maybe we'll get Bridget on and ask her, like, what was the workload? Because it's just lawsuit after lawsuit. You're just buried in lawsuits at your desk. And maybe Keith is up for that. Maybe Couts, he's all about that. And maybe he is just going to roll his sleeves up and kill it. But, yeah, he's he looks like a guy who's, when you see the photo, Keith Couts, Attorney General, you think, oh, he's retiring. Nope, he's a new hire. Oh. But everybody has great things to say about him. Man of God, brilliant Constitution. Everybody, his work ethic, it's all top. So he's definitely the right guy as far as qualifications. Yeah. Brilliant, great, AG, meant to be the Attorney General, everything. But he is 72 and presumably serves only as long. Maybe, let's see if Matthew Christian mentions that in the story. He talks with Wendy Core about it here. We'll see if he says.
A former Wyoming Supreme Court justice will be Wyoming's next attorney general. Governor Mark Gordon appointed Keith Couts to the post on Wednesday. Cowboy State Daily's Matthew Christian reports that Couts served as a Wyoming Supreme Court justice from 2015 to 2024 when he was constitutionally required to retire at age 70.
Wyoming is one of a very, very few states that the attorney general is appointed by the governor. Most states elect their attorney generals. And he was appointed by the governor. The governor's previous attorney general was appointed by the governor to the Supreme Court, and the new attorney general was on the Supreme Court. I talked to former Attorney General Bill Hill. He said Mr. Counts was first rate, and he did a great job as a justice, and he's very confident that he could do a great job as attorney general.
Prior to the Wyoming Supreme Court, Couts served as a district court judge in the 8th Judicial District, which includes Converse, Goshen, Niobrara, and Platte counties.
Yeah, all right. Bill Hill. I wonder if Matthew doesn't mean Bridget Hill. I'm not aware of a Bill Hill, but there might have been one. Retired from the bench 2018. Oh, yeah. Well, we also have a Bridget Hill. Is Bridget related to Bill? I don't know. All this politics stuff. Bill Hill, justice on the Wyoming Supreme Court. Yeah. And previously attorney general from 95 to 98. Okay. So there was a Bill Hill. 2 B. Hills that used to be on the Supreme Court and attorney general. Imagine that. Bridget was the last to have that office. She was just appointed by the governor to step up. Is it a step up or is it just sort of lateral pivot? If you go from AG to Supreme Court comes with, I imagine, the robe, right? I mean, Attorney General, what do you get? You get a nameplate on your desk. Or what did the Attorney General get in Yellowstone? Jamie, the guy everybody loved to hate. Always had his eyes on the governorship, right? He gave Attorney Generals a bad name. Jamie on Yellowstone. But what do you get with that job other than a lot of work? On the Supreme Court, you get the robe. You get the cool robe. You're one of the Supremes. I think it's a step up. I think Bridget Hill moved up to Supreme Court, and now we got a new guy. Keith Couts is in. Great news. Matthew Christian has the story in the Cowboy State Daily. Don Day is going to be here, and he'll formulate some weather for us right after this. Let's take a quick break. We'll be back with Don Day. Don't miss it. You want to know what the weather's going to be over 4th of July, don't you? To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story will crow about Crowheart and yodel over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, 10 Sleep, good morning. Welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lust, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
When you hear the words nonprofit organization, what comes to mind? Is it a place your dog called home before finding you? Is it an organization that supports accessibility? Is it a place that ensures your safety and that of those you love? That protects endangered wildlife and habitats or fights for our most basic needs? It's impossible to show all the ways nonprofit organizations make a difference in our world. One animal, one person, one cause at a time, but it's not impossible to be part of it. When you give what you have to a nonprofit organization that needs what you can give, you help promote, protect, and strengthen the reach of these incredible organizations. The Nonprofit Alliance is here, helping connect people like you to the nonprofits that enrich your life, your community, and the world we share. Reach out to a nonprofit organization that inspires you today to find how you can help make the world a better place.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad!
Okay, here we go, throw it!
Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, Don Day in the room. Day weather forecast. Don, I think we got to start with this. What would you be doing if you weren't a weather guy? If this whole weather thing didn't work out?
Probably be a pilot.
Really? Yeah,
Yeah.
you love the balloons. You love getting up, elevation, space, like get. I could see that. All right. You would know a lot about weather. You would.
Maybe a shepherd or.
Yeah. I think about that sometimes. Like, just go to Nepal or go to Mongolia
Exactly.
and be a shepherd.
Sherpa.
Right. Just get a long staff and I'm in charge of a couple of yaks. That sounds like all I can handle right now, you know? Sometimes the world moves too fast. I want to be a Sherpa in Mongolia. You and me. All right, we could do that. If I get an extra large herd over there, I'll call you over.
Well, don't get too big a one. We don't want too much responsibility.
Right. You and me watching 24 yaks. That's our whole job. That sounds relaxing. More relaxing than trying to figure out the weather every day. Weather like news never stops.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh. So we got some fire starts, lightning mostly to blame. It made me think of, when in the season lightning is more problematic. I would call, June, we're just barely in July. That's a little bit early in the fire season where I think a lightning strike, a lightning start is, I'd rather have it now when it comes associated with more moisture, at least today and tomorrow. That rain is going to fall rather than that dry lightning you sometimes see maybe in August. What is dry lightning? Is one lightning the same as the other? Which one's going to start a fire?
Well, yeah, the term dry lightning just comes from basically a thunderstorm that produces little or no rain. So you get lightning bolts, but you don't get much rain. With the monsoonal moisture flow, to your point, the lightning strikes have a good possibility to be associated with rain. And that'll happen a lot. You'll get a lightning strike and then you'll get rain, and that will, we never will have known about it. But lightning is a huge factor in starting wildfires in the Western United States. And as you mentioned, we've had some activity here, and that'll be something that from here on out, and keep in mind, now that we're in July, all the grasses and the plants that grow in May and June, as you get deeper into July and August, a lot of those go to seed. You have a natural drying out of the fuels, and so you start to run that risk of the lightning strikes being a bit more problematic.
Yeah, and that's why you get fuels analysts are the big Debbie Downer in May when everybody's like, oh, it's so beautiful and green. The Forest Service fuels analysts are like, yeah, I know. I'm worried about another couple of months.
Well, yeah, that's what happens in California. So when California has a really wet year, like they did in 2023, really wet year.
Yeah.
It's like, yay. Then it's like, oh, wait a minute. Because the rapid growth of the plants, and then you hit a dry year in California, which happens all the time, and then you add to those fuels, and then we had the problems like we had earlier in the year with the LA fires. So in the Western United States, the years you got to really watch are the year or two after a really wet year, because those tend to be the bigger fire years.
Good point. Good observation. Hey, what about lightning strikes? The lightning that makes it all the way to the ground, hits the ground. I think Florida leads all states in, lightning strikes, lightning activity. But and it's measurable. How does Wyoming compare in the amount of lightning strikes? And are we able to measure every single time lightning hits something? Do we know?
Lightning puts out a radio frequency. So the lightning, you might wonder, where does the lightning detection come from? It's a radio frequency. So remember, for us older folks who used to grow up listening to AM radio, and there's still AM radio out there, you'd hear the static. You would hear the.
Yeah.
If there was a lightning strike nearby.
Yeah.
The AM radio picked that up and still does. In fact, I know people that would use AM radio to know if there was a lightning strike nearby by listening. So you can use those frequencies that the lightning emits, and they have sensors strategically placed around the United States to pick up those radio frequencies, and then you triangulate. You use math to figure out where that most likely was going to be, and that is a real tool. And there's several. There's some free applications that you can get with your phone. There's some online resources that are free. The really high resolution lightning strikes is something you pay for. But you can track lightning and get really accurate with the strike. So folks watching for fire activity will know where to look with those lightning strikes sometimes. And that's been very helpful.
So we just prolonged the life of that dinosaur AM radio. The TV was supposed to have killed it long ago, but it'll survive, if only to tell us when there's lightning in the area. All right. I like that. Don, tomorrow's 4th of July. Don't rain on our parade.
Yeah, we need to talk about that, because really the risk of thunderstorms is looking higher and higher tomorrow. And today, too. Today in Western Wyoming in particular, we need to watch. We talked yesterday about the possibility of heavy rain and some flash flooding. We need to watch that today and also Friday. But tomorrow, we're going to have thunderstorms just about everywhere. Does that mean that every one of you out there will get rained on? No, but there'll be enough of them out there that you're going to have to plan for them. Saturday and Sunday, there won't be as many, but if you're in eastern Wyoming, all of the 3-day weekend, you're going to have them.
On that note, we're going to have to cut you off.
I thought so.
All right. What's going on tomorrow? You going to be with us?
I can. I'm working tomorrow morning. So if you're going to be working, I'll be here.
I'll be here.
I probably won't dress as nice, though. I'm just saying.
What? You should have like red, white, and blue on, or you might just have your bathrobe on. Yeah, red, white. All right. However we can get you down. That's great.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks, buddy.
Bye-bye.
Day weather forecast of the Cowboy State Daily. Yeah, unfortunately, going to have some thunderstorm activity widespread. So it's really hard to say whether you're going to get rained on Torrington or you're going to get rained on Cody or coming your way, Mid-Teetsy. Everybody's parade is in jeopardy. Let's just say that. And depending on how good you've been living and how powerful your mayor is, you may avoid a rain on your parade. It'll have to do with how strong your mayor is. Cody, it wouldn't dare. Cody doesn't even take any chances. Cody says, we're not messing around. In case it rains at 9:30 on 4th of July, we're just going to have a parade the day before and the day before that. In fact, we're going to do a 5-day 4th of July celebration. Just in case it tries to rain on one of those days. It can't rain on all of them, right? Cody's 4th of July celebration is like no other. Andrew Rossi, who lives in Cody, knows all about it. His story talking about how Cody just might be the greatest place in America to celebrate the 4th of July. They do it up right. They call it Stampede Days, and they've been doing it. I thought it was pretty neat to see the history of it, how we got to where we are today with the Cody Stampede Rodeo and Parade. A 5-day celebration. Instead of one parade, Cody has 3 days of parade, including one just for kids. I love that. Cody used to have little kids involved in the regular 4th of July parade. They walked along and whatever they represented. Here's the Park County toddler group, whatever they were going for. But the problem is kids, they walk too slow and they fell down and they were holding up the whole parade. Those were the days, when you had the kids walking in front of you put something behind the kids that would encourage them to move their butts. Kids slow. They get distracted. They're supposed to be throwing candy and they're eating it. And the next thing you know, the fire trucks behind are about to run them over. Boom! They do the horn. Do I have a fire truck horn here? I don't think I do. I got police radio. And I got Abby's wrong buzzer, which I better warm up today because we're going to need it a lot. Yeah, you're going to hear that, Abby, all morning. But I don't have a fire truck. Boom. Maybe I can, I'll do it with my own mouth using effects. Hey, kids, get out of the way. Move it. Yeah, the kids are just... Kids... Keep them moving. Kids were too slow in the parade, so they put them on a float. But nobody liked that in Cody. They're like, no, we like it when the kids are walking. That's the funnest part. They're wobbling around. They're not good at walking. They fall down. We love when the kids are walking, so they gave them their own parade. Cody now has a kids' parade where the kids can go as slow as they want. The parade starts at 9:30. It ends at about 1 in the afternoon. Just in time to grab some hot dogs off the grill. which I think is great. Give the kids their own day. Cody knows how to party. You know that song, California? California knows how to party. It's Tupac. Well, Cody knows how to 4th of July. In fact, the Rose Bowl people, you know the Rose Bowl parade? Like, that's a little bit of a parade. They think they're all that in Pasadena. Well, the Rose Bowl Parade Committee visited the Cody Stampede Parade and said, wow. Mac Frost, member of the Cody Stampede Parade Committee, said Cody knows how to celebrate Independence Day. We once wowed the hell out of the folks from Pasadena, California, who do the Rose Bowl Parade. They couldn't believe that we were doing what we did. Yeah. Step aside, Rose Bowl. This is the Cody 4th of July parades. Plural, 3 of them. 5 days of celebration. We gonna rodeo. We gonna parade. Fireworks shows. Oh, yeah. This all started back in 1898. The first Independence Day celebration of Cody, 1898. Goes back, long tradition. With just a few years off, some for World War II, and one just because nobody could get motivated to do it. I'll tell you about that in a minute. But this is the town named after Buffalo Bill Cody, once, often considered the showman of showmen, the Wild West showman. Yet Buffalo Bill was never in a 4th of July parade that anybody could find. Robin Cutter was with the Park County Archives. She said, I could never find a newspaper article. I never found an instance of Buffalo Bill ever participating in a 4th of July parade in Cody. But even with that, they still do it up. From 1898, when they celebrated the signing of the Declaration of Independence with a street parade. Everybody in Cody came out, all 18 people. It took place in the afternoon. 18-person parade, said the historian Robin Cutter. That's how it started. You got to start somewhere. 18 people. Nowadays, they have like hundreds of float entries. But it started with 18 peoples. In 1907, an official parade committee came together and they started organizing the event. There were 100 Cody citizens on the committee planning events. Wow. They had a grand balloon ascension. They had a reenactment of the Battle of the Little Bighorn. They had the stagecoach rides, capture of the bride. They've done it all up over the years in Cody with a huge celebration. That 1910 Cody Independence Day had a 40 float parade. 1910. 40 floats featuring horses, the automobile, which was still fairly novel in 1910, soldiers, cowboys, residents of the Crow Indian Reservation. There was also a 20-round boxing contest and a fireworks display that cost an astonishing $500 back in 1910. What a way to do it up. In fact, they did it up so hard. They went so hard in 1910 that in 1911, there was nothing. They were just pooped out, man. Robin Cutter said the parade committee started planning too late for 1911. They were still living on the previous year's success, and they couldn't find enough balloons. They couldn't find any baseball teams. They got nothing together. The 4th of July celebration in 1911 in Cody was a disappointing a stage play performed by 5 locals called the Gilded Youth. Andrew Rossi wrote, must have been riveting. Yeah, so 1911 was a black eye for the Cody, and that just served to motivate them to do it up even bigger from then on. In 1912, they went big. 1913, 2 days of parades, games, and the Frontier Days celebration, and they've been going hard ever since. Took some years off during the 40s, mid-40s for the World War II, but since the beginning, 1898, Cody has gone big and over the top for Independence Day. So you bet they're going to be partying in Cody, Wyoming. They already started. Starting now, yesterday, and through the 4th of July weekend. Good for them up there in Park County. If you get a chance, get up there and enjoy the 4th of July in Cody, otherwise known as the 2nd of July, 3rd of July, 4th of July, 5th of July, just Independence Week in Cody. You know what I'm saying? Do I have somebody coming on? No. Okay, so let me, I'm going to go to this story. I don't want to go to a downer story. I really don't. I'm in an up mood now. I'm all excited about Cody. I guess we can stay on the fireworks theme. Claire McFarland has a short story because it turned out that everybody was safe in Laramie. A Laramie neighborhood was evacuated yesterday when authorities responded to a situation where there were potential explosives in the area. During this event yesterday, police scanner, which I do have. Where's my police scanner? You heard things like this. Yeah, police scanner in Laramie yesterday indicated there was potential explosives in the area. That sounds like explosive news. People were evacuated in the area. This is just off State Highway 30 in the Prairie's Edge subdivision. Residents of several mobile homes evacuated due to potential explosives in the area. It turns out it was somebody doing homemade fireworks, like making their own fireworks, which involves, I would imagine, a significant amount of gunpowder. Now, if this were to accidentally go off, you're thinking, oh, big deal. A few rockets would shoot out the window or something. But it could be more serious than that because the California fireworks warehouse exploded the other day, a couple days ago, and there's 7 missing. Let's see, what's the latest? Yeah, New York Times reporting 7 missing after fireworks warehouse explodes in Northern California. So, yeah, serious business. Like, it's not just one firecracker going off. When they all go off at the same time, it's an explosion. County officials were telling people, please continue to avoid the evacuation area, allow responders to work. Evacuees were asked to proceed calmly and quickly to the designated evacuation points and expect to spend about 10 hours away from home until the Laramie Fire Marshal Dennis Johnson could figure out what he was dealing with. Way too early to tell. There's no comment other than that. This was a late Wednesday announcement that the homemade fireworks, everybody's, I think, back in their home now, and Claire McFarland may follow this story up with exactly who was doing what, but yeah, homemade fireworks. Yeah, you probably don't have the zoning to do that, I wouldn't imagine. Let's not do that. Let's leave the fireworks to the professionals tomorrow. And because we really got to be careful with them with the way the fire danger is across the state. Leave it to the pros. I know some people just get crazy about their firecrackers. They love them. The sparklers and the doodads and the what other where's that story where we learn about all the different fireworks? People get firework crazy. Yeah. So I know you love your black cats, Roman candles, screaming memes, lady fingers, fuzz buttles, snicker bombs, church burners, finger blasters, your gut busters. You can't wait to light up your whistling bungholes, spleen splitters, whisker biscuits, hoosker doos, hoosker don'ts, cherry bombs, nipsy daisies, Colombian snow blowers. Yeah. But leave it to the professional fireworks show, because you might start a wildfire and you're not going to like that. Nobody is. We'll be right back. More on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake right after this.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Sometimes fatherhood
I'm the first Viking who wouldn't kill a dragon.
can feel like an epic battle.
But you will.
But you can change your kid's world just by being there. And with a little help, you won't believe how high they can soar.
All right, bud, you ready?
I'm proud to call you my son.
Come on!
Never stop being a dad. To learn more, visit fathersincorporated.com.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire. How to control the flames. What to do with hot coals. How to secure your chains. But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
It's the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Jackie Dorothy joins us. I can see from her Zoom camera that she's outside. Probably had to evacuate her home. They got a fire right out there at Thermop. Have you seen smoke or anything? Have you seen it?
Yes, we did. In fact, I think I might need to move where it's a little less noisy. But did see a lot of just one moment there. A lot of traffic right there. We did see a lot of smoke. It was black, and
I know the guy that came close to his house, so we've been keeping him in our thoughts.
Okay, yeah, it did threaten right on the edges of town, Thermopolis, and there's a story not by Jackie, by Andrew about these wildfires. Yeah, it's a big one, 1,000-acre job. What is it? Is it smoky, or you think they got a handle on it now? At least we have, kind of wettish weather.
Yes, so hopefully, I know it was caused by lightning and it happened fast. So the storm itself only lasted 15 minutes and was very isolated. And unfortunately, it came with the thunder and lightning and got on the grass up there at Coyote Run, right outside of Thermopolis.
Yeah.
So there are a lot of homes and everything up there. So that's why we're keeping people in our thoughts.
It's called it's a pair of blazes, Hull Road Fire and the Coyote Run Fire. Both have burned 1,000 acres of sagebrush about a mile outside of Thermop. Where is Coyote Run? Is it north, south, east, west of Thermop?
The best way, because I'm horrible on south and north.
Yeah.
So, as you're coming out of the Wind River Canyon, if you look to your left, there's a bunch of red hills. And that's where it is.
Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. So what's it like now? What's the weather? Are you going to get rain today, you think? What does it feel like?
We'll see what happens. I'm not very good on predicting weather, that's for sure. And so
you're bad on directions, bad on weather.
You're asking all the things that I am definitely challenged on.
I know. Jackie's expertise is not today, the now and today. It's not what will happen tomorrow as far as what it's what happened in the previous times.
I have a true story. I got lost one time in Shoshone.
Oh, wow.
Small town of Shoshone. I was supposed to, it's kind of funny. I was supposed to go on this back road to go find a murder site. It was a cold case site I was doing years ago. And I took the wrong road. I'm in the middle of nowhere. I don't know where I'm at. But I got lost in the town of Shoshone.
Sense of direction. Okay.
Yes.
Well, we'll write that down about you. I'm making a note now. Jackie Dorothy, don't ask her how to get somewhere. Yeah. So let's see. What are we talking about today with you?
Well, we might need to go back to the archives. See what you got. I do know that. Let's see. I'll let you pull something up, spin the roulette wheel, and see what you come up with.
I was just going to say that. We could spin the wheel. All right. Normally, I search our author stories by, I have them ordered from the latest, the newest. So we're going to change it and have it just do by the most popular, the most responded to stories. And they happen to be some of the latest. Okay. Well, that was a bad idea. Let's try.
I know that I've been getting a lot of people asking about Ben Hansen lately.
Ben Hansen?
Yes. He's the Thermopolis outlaw. He founded Thermopolis. And that was, I don't even know if we talked about that, because that might have been during a time when I had a bunch of stories that we were talking about.
And they have a big statue or something of him right in downtown, right?
Nope, that's the whole point, is that he kind of got forgotten in history.
Oh.
Yes, he's the true founder of Thermopolis. And what happened is it's actually a really fascinating story, and it's pure Wyoming. I mean, it's definitely a Wyoming story. He was a young cowboy. It was the 1880s, and he decided that he was going to homestead. And then he got to looking around and said, I think I'm going to make my homestead into a town site. He started selling lots, doing all of this. And it was before we were allowed, because back in the 1880s, where the town of Thermopolis was part of the in what they called the Indian Reserve, the reservation. And so people were not allowed to homestead on it, but they were right there on the edge, eyeing up the hot springs. And so at this time, Hansen comes in and he builds his homestead, starts selling lots, and he is doing so well. Then along comes Dr. Shelkey, and they decide they have a post office, so legally they have to have a name for the town. It's suggested they call it Hansonville. And this is when Dr. Shelkey says, no, we're calling it Thermopolis for Hot City. So it's Old Thermopolis. And everything's going really good for this guy. Then he gets involved with a woman that might have been married. And that's when his downfall starts.
Uh-oh.
Yes. So the story goes that he was holding a dance and had a party going on. He thought everything was going good with him and this other guy who was Tom Bird. Now, Tom Bird was tied into local businessmen. He had bought a lot from Ben Hansen and had a store. So he got a little bit tipsy at Andersonville, which is a hog town. And a hog town, I did not know it, but that is where the brothels are and the saloons.
Of course.
So he's coming over and he's gunning for Ben Hansen. I mean, this story gets intense, Jake. And what happens is that they're dancing around the floor and they're having a waltz. And there's so many witnesses to this, you cannot help but believe it's true. And they said that as he was dancing around the floor, he told the woman he was dancing with, and she owned a boarding house in Old Thermopolis. I mean, this is a thriving town. And he told her that Tom Bird, he's gunning for me. And she's like, well, then let's stop. Let's go. Let's leave the building. And he goes, nope, I have time for another round on the dance floor, because they saw through the open door Tom Bird coming towards the dance hall. So he dances around one more time. And then at the very end, when he comes to the door, 1, 2, 3, takes 3 more steps. Tom Bird comes through the door. He whips out his gun and shoots him in the face. And he lives.
And he lived.
He shoots him and he lived. I mean, we're in the 1890s, right? So he hits him in the face, gunpowder burns, he's blinded. Tom is then shot a second time by Ben Hansen, and then the third shot finally makes its mark. He falls dead onto the floor. Pandemonium. Women are jumping over him, screaming. Ben Hansen hightails it out of there. And the interesting part of this story is that here we have Ben Hansen, this dashing young bachelor who founded this town, very popular. Suddenly, you see a change in who his friends are. Up until this point, his friends were the prosperous businessmen he was selling town lots to. But now they see what I see as an opportunity. They're no longer, going to be the judge. They're the magistrate. They take them back in. Joe McGill, who was there when they named it Thermopolis, pronounces him guilty. They put him in jail, and he sits in jail for over a year without a trial. And when you look at who his enemies were the same businessmen he had sold lots to. He finally decides he's been in jail long enough. He escapes. And this is another funny part of the story, is somehow he got a saw into his prison cell. And when he got into the courtyard of the jail in Lander, Wyoming, there so happened to be the deputy's horse there. Also, I know, it was right there. Just, oh, wow, look at this. And look, his saddle, it's right here. So he saddled up, got out of there. When the deputy discovered it at 9 a.m. that he had escaped, he's like, oh, no, he's gone. I better send off telegraphs. I better let people know. And he did not start pursuing him until noon the next day. In the meantime, it is well known that Ben made it into the hole-in-the-wall area with the Wild Bunch, the gang. And from there, it's rumored he went to Alaska, and he was never seen in Thermopolis again. Now, that would have been the end of the story. However, what happened next was pretty exciting, is that he was discovered. Ed Enderley, the pharmacist who had been there at the murder, or self-defense, however you want to look at it, he was in South Dakota, and he saw a cattle buyer, and he knew who this cattle buyer was. It was Ben Hansen. And Ben wanted so much to go back to Old Thermopolis, but it was Ed Enderley It was Martin McGrath. It was all these guys that had taken his lots, taken his buildings, and sold off his property. Because Martin McGrath was representing Tom Bird, and the wife, she kind of disappeared, took her insurance money from the Oddfellows and disappeared into history. So Martin McGrath still would have pressed charges for murder and made sure Ben Hansen would never have gotten his stuff back. And if you go into the museum, it's a portrait of Martin McGrath that says he is the father of Thermopolis. So you make your own conclusions about who the real bad guys were in this one.
Yeah.
And Tom Bird did have a gun, and everyone knows that he was gunning for Ben Hansen.
The Hot Springs County seat could have been Hansonville. Coulda, shoulda, woulda back in 1895 when Ben Hansen was forming the town. But look how the tables turned on him, from founder of Thermop to outlaw and persona non grata in Hot Springs. What a tale.
Yep.
Thanks, Jackie. Excellent.
Well, thank you, Jake. It's been a pleasure. You take care.
Yeah, enjoy the 4th. Have fun for Independence Day. Cowboy State Daily Show continues. Top of the hour news break. We'll be back with way more, much more, right after these.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Corr. Wyomingites could see more property tax relief in the years ahead. Fresh off the passage of one of Wyoming's largest tax cuts in its history, providing residential property owners a 25% tax break and providing some long-term homeowners with a 50% tax break, the chairman of the Wyoming House Revenue Committee told Cowboy State Daily's Matthew Christian he considers the newly effective laws to be short-term relief.
There are several options being considered to further reduce the amount Wyomingites pay in property taxes. Those options include getting rid of the whole thing, no more property tax at all, changing how it's determined, how property tax is calculated, and putting a cap on how fast property taxes can rise.
Legislation to remove property taxes isn't unique to Wyoming. One senior policy analyst said the country is in what many are calling a property tax revolt, in which states consider eliminating the property tax altogether. A 53-year-old Jackson man is charged with aggravated vehicular homicide, accused of killing a local photographer in a drunk driving collision. Florence McCall, a well-known photographer in Jackson, died at the scene of the June 21 crash. Investigators say she was bicycling onto South Park Loop Road when Jody Utter's vehicle struck her. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Utter's case rose to the felony level court Wednesday.
According to court documents, he was driving on a road in Teton County that intersects with a bike path. He told investigators that she got in the road and I didn't have time to react, but investigators smelled alcohol on him, and then they did detect, I think, a 0.2 something blood alcohol concentration. And the scene evidence also showed that he was allegedly driving in the wrong lane.
Utter is facing up to 20 years in prison and $10,000 in fines if convicted. He also faces a misdemeanor count of drunk driving. A 74-year-old Casper man will not be charged for the shooting death of his daughter's boyfriend 4 months ago. The Natrona County District Attorney's Office announced Wednesday it won't prosecute Clarence Daniels in the death of 47-year-old Jeremiah Reyes on March 8th. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that the office says there's not enough evidence to justify the charge.
This man that was the daughter's boyfriend had been in prison for beating the daughter in 2016. And so he goes to the home with a loaded .44 caliber pistol. There's a confrontation. The gun goes off in the bedroom. And then the district attorney's office is saying that they can't find the evidence that's going to charge this man with either second-degree murder, manslaughter, or anything else. They're seeing it more as a self-defense situation. What's interesting is that the Casper Police Department initially asked for second-degree murder charges and aggravated assault.
Court documents also showed a previous incident between Daniels Daniels and Reyes on July 7th last year, in which Daniels had confronted Reyes and put a gun to Reyes' head before firing a shot into the floor. I'll be back with more news right after this.
The Wyoming way of life. There's nothing like it. And no financial partner like your local cooperative credit union to help you live life the way you want to. We help you save for a brighter future, borrow for your dream home, start your small business. We've got your finances, and you've got plans, so go ahead, pitch a tent, head for the rodeo, reel in a big trout, fire up the smoker. Wyoming's credit unions are here to stay and here for you.
Fire crews from across the Bighorn Basin are responding to several small wildfires surrounding Thermopolis, sparked by a Tuesday afternoon thunderstorm. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that a pair of the blazes, called the Hall Road Fire and Coyote Run fires, have burned almost 1,000 acres of juniper and sagebrush within a mile of Thermopolis.
There have been several wildfires reported around Thermopolis over the last several days. The largest, as of Wednesday afternoon, had burned over 800 acres. Now, from the on-site people that I spoke to, they said that there was no cause for concern with any of these fires. But the thing that they did stress is that these fires have grown rather quickly, and it seems early in the season, but based on just the moisture that's in the ground, which isn't a lot, and based on the vegetation, we could have a very bad fire season on our hands if we're not careful and fire aware as we move through the summer.
Responders from Meeteetse, Washakie County, Fremont County, the Shoshone National Forest, and the Bureau of Land Management, as well as the Wyoming State Forestry Office, have rushed to Hot Springs County to assist. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Corr for Cowboy State Daily.
We all make choices. When it comes to alcohol, kids make choices whether to drink or not.
Bye, Dad.
Bye-bye.
Remember, I'm going to Alex's party tonight and sleeping over.
Have fun. Hey, have a seat for a second. Remind me about that party again?
Alex is just...
And adults make choices whether to talk about it. That's true of parents and every other trusted adult in a kid's life. Kids want to know our expectations when it comes to alcohol and other drugs. They want guidance and honest answers to their questions. And it makes a difference when the message is consistent and part of everyday conversations. So talk with your kids and help lead them on a positive path. Because when you talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Yeah, we're getting back to it. Mark Hines will be here in a moment, I think, I hope. Mark had the story the other day about Hot Springs County. We were just in Hot Springs County, in Thermopolis, otherwise known as Hansonville. If only. Hot Springs County in an uproar as county commissioners make cuts to the 4-H program, the extension programs. These are beloved activities and programs for kids, and especially in rural areas of Wyoming, Hot Springs. Man, they love their 4-H. Commissioners say there's no choice. There's no money. Lagging oil and gas revenue, 25% cut in property taxes. The money's just not rolling in anymore. Not enough to continue some of these 4-H programs. Tatum Jordan, administrative assistant for the extension office, was laid off. She was one of the cutback casualties. Other money to fund travel and expenses for 4-H could also be slashed. That's tough. Bob Aguar is a county commissioner, leader in the county's 4-H program, but recently stepped down. He says it's a shame. He stopped into the office several days, and it says it's always closed, always dark. Mark Hines talked to several people about how this was going to impact them, and it's going to be tough. But it's one of the things we're probably going to see more of, unfortunately, what's going on in Hot Springs. Property tax relief comes at a time when the state is also seeing a real downturn in energy and oil and gas. Oil and gas has paid the bill. Oil, gas, and coal has paid the bill in Wyoming for decades and decades. And obviously, during the 4-year run of President Joe Biden, those numbers started to really dwindle. And the bust was on. Now, there's hopes the boom is back on, but, that the hopes have not materialized into real money yet. So until then, and with property tax cuts also at the same time, that's really tough, and it's tough on Hot Springs. Mark Hines is in the room in the discussion. Mark, your story about Hot Springs County, and they're feeling the crunch. They're not, I'm afraid, going to be the only ones. We were warned that with property tax relief would come less revenue to towns and counties, especially the smaller ones. And this is maybe only the beginning. Oil and gas is down after 4 years of Biden, 25% property tax cuts, and suddenly the 4-H activities in Hot Springs are starting to be whittled away. That's tough news for them.
Yeah. And whether that plays out in other counties, Jake, I guess we'll have to see. That's stuff. I don't really get into the political end of things, but I know that was an argument that was made while the legislature was debating those things. Is if we do this, you'll see a shrinkage in revenue, and that's what people are attributing it to in Hot Springs County. So, is it? Yeah, we'll see. I guess that's one of those, the proverbial wait and see what happens in other counties. So,
what exactly has been cut back in the 4-H program? Are they still going to have 4-H kids raising livestock for the fair, or what is it?
I think, just according to what I know, they're going to try their best just through private fundraising. I think what got hit really hard was like their expense budget, which, if you think about it, things such as that come with a lot of expenses. You take the kids on the road. The transportation is not free. Meals are not free. Those sorts of things. So I think that's where they got hit the hardest, was kind of their expense account basically got wiped out. So, but some of the parents that talked to us, Jackie in particular, said, that we're trying our best with just fundraising, just stumping and trying to get people to donate it. So we'll see whether that's going to be their main, whether that is successful for them moving forward, if they can get enough people to donate to their program.
Yeah.
Either money or in-kind services or whatever.
Yeah, and you look at the money, and it does make a difference county to county. There's a $7,600 line item, money used to fund travel and other expenses could be slashed. I mean, a $7,600 for a line item in the 4-H program is chump change in like Teton County. You just have one of the commissioners will reach in his pocket and say, "Here, I got you covered." But in some counties, these are real cuts. Tatum Jordan, administrative assistant, is laid off. I mean, these are real issues, real cuts being made. It's tough.
It is.
Yeah, 4-H in Hot Spring, 4-H all over Wyoming. So super important. Means a lot to people.
Yeah, these rural families, the rural kids, that's a hub of their lives. That's a cornerstone.
Yeah,
that's the way a lot of those kids, they could jump into agriculture with both feet through that program. So.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm the county commissioners, I just assume let the sewers back up before I cut 4-H. No, man. What's going on for the 4th? What are you doing? You going to celebrate? You're in a
What
new.
am I doing?
You're in a new town, so you going to go to a parade or something?
I'll probably help my wife put the house together.
You're still in that mode.
I think my 4th is pretty much spoken for.
Got it. Got it.
Yeah. So,
I'm also doing a finger count of every guest today. How many of you got today? And we'll check you again after the 4th. Yeah. Some people.
Oh, I survived the craziness of my youth with all my fingers intact. And of course, back then, a lot of things were legal that aren't legal. And then even the things that weren't legal, we had ways of getting them. So, I'll leave it at that. I'll leave it up to your imagination. But should I have all my fingers by rights? Probably not. But I made it through, luckily. But
what are you working on? Anything for the weekend? What's on the agenda?
This is standard answers. Read Cowboy State Daily. We do have some things coming. So,
okay.
I actually got quite a bit coming.
Oh, do you?
Yeah. One thing we should have the latest version of the Star Spangled Banner should be finished and ready to roll.
What do you mean?
The Star Spangled Banner on the MS-261. You've been living under a rock?
Apparently.
That thing I do every 4th of July with my MS-261, my chainsaw.
Okay. All right.
Now you get it. Yeah.
Oh, really? So,
but I won't say much past that. It's getting the final polishing touches put on it. Okay. I had help this year. I had some extremely talented help this year. So,
really?
Yeah.
So that'll be a video production.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that we can look forward to that. That'll be exciting.
Yeah.
Watch Mark Hines play the national anthem on his chainsaw.
Yeah, exactly.
Thanks, man. Have a great 4th.
You too.
Okay.
All right. Bye.
Cowboy State Daily discussion with Mark Hines, who has that story about Hot Springs County getting hit pretty hard. Significant cuts to the 4-H program, the extension programs in Hot Springs. Commissioners say they have no choice but to slash $2.1 million from the budget. That's because of lagging oil and gas revenue, as well as that 25% cut in property taxes without the money rolling in. They're faced with some serious budget concerns, and some of the cuts to 4-H not gone over too well with families and the kids. That's too bad. You got to cut somewhere, but again, I'm more inclined to try to find anywhere else before you cut 4-H. So important to so many people. But what can you do? $2.1 million out of the budget in Hot Springs has to be pretty significant. Golly, I imagine that's a good chunk of the budget. Well, thanks for Mark coming on. He's talking about playing the national anthem, Star Spangled Banner, on his chainsaw. He's a chainsaw guy. Maybe we'll have to play last year's and compare it to this year's, because he's going big. He's going over the top this year with a big one. I'll be right back. We're going to do This Day in History. This day is July 3rd. Can you think of whatever might have happened on this day in history? We'll do it right after this quick break.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in Du Bois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to into our everyday lives. Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
My biggest fear in the middle of my addiction was that I would never be able to get over it and that my kids wouldn't have a father. I overdosed on heroin and I lived. And I started thinking, you know what? This isn't my story. For the longest time, fear held me back from ultimately being who I wanted to. I found the fatherhood program, and it was one of the best decisions I've ever made in my life. My desire to change had finally outweighed my desire to stay the same. I felt powerless for so much of my life that it's important to me that my kids are empowered and truly believe that if they can think it, they can do it. I definitely had to become a better man to be a better father. For the first time, I finally feel like I'm exactly where I should be, where I want to be.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
We're back on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, and this day in history looks like this. 1778, the Wyoming Massacre occurred. Now, don't bother looking for it in the annals of Wyoming state history. This is Wyoming Valley of Pennsylvania. The Wyoming Massacre was an American Revolutionary War episode. Obviously, 1778. Although this is where Wyoming got its name, by the way, this Wyoming Valley of Pennsylvania. This day, 1865, General Connor arrives at Fort Laramie. He has direct orders to protect the overland stage from Indian raids. Just 3 years later, the U.S. government makes nice with the Shoshone and the Arapaho. In 1868, on this day, the Wind River Reservation was created. Originally, the reservation was for the Shoshone tribe, whose leader, Washakie, had requested the government set aside a reservation for his people. That was established. The Arapaho would later come to call it home as well. Now, despite the Shoshone getting a reservation in 1868 on this day and being relatively peaceful. The Sioux were having none of it. On this day, a year later, a Sioux raid in the Wind River Valley resulted in the death of 4 white men. The Indians were eventually successfully driven off by an infantry and a cavalry unit that were in the area. But it just shows you how maybe one tribe had a successful treaty, if you want to call it successful, and another tribe of Indians still fighting the Americans at that point. 1876, this day, the Bozeman Times published the first written account of Custer's defeat at Little Bighorn, July 3rd, 1876. On this day, 1890, Idaho welcomed to the Union. They were admitted as a state on July 3rd, 1890. July 3, 1901, the Wild Bunch robs a Great Northern train near Wagner, Montana. It was their last robbery in the U.S. This day, 1901. Also in 1901, the first automobile to show up in Calgary, Alberta. Happened on this day, 1901. 1943, the Pole Mountain Military Reservation, formerly used for the training of the Wyoming National Guard cavalrymen, is open to civilian picnickers. 1943. In 1981, this day, Cody, Wyoming, Old Trail Town, a bronze statue of the mountain man liver-eating Johnson was dedicated. He never probably actually ate livers, but he was a very interesting dude, liver-eating Johnson. They erected a statue of him in Cody in 1981. The statue was placed over his grave that had been relocated to the site on June 8th, 1974. And on this day in 1993, the beautiful National Bighorn Sheep Interpretive Association opened. If you've ever been to that building, it's a nice rest stop. I'll say that. If you're looking for a public restroom, although I think they discourage you to come there just to use the bathroom, but it's a really nice place, great facility, and a little bit of a museum in it. The National Bighorn Sheep Interpretation Center open on this day in 1993. All these things happen on July 3rd, this day in history. It's time to rodeo with the Rodeo Roadshow and Will Rasmussen, all brought to you by the Western Ag Network.
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. Will Rasmussen here. Today, 2004 World Champion bareback rider Kelly Timberman. He and I reminisce about our heroes. He had many. The Garrett brothers, Deb Greeno. Of course, I have many. Bob Tallman, Wayne Brooks, Randy Corley. We do a little reminiscing on the Rodeo Roadshow. Kelly Timberman and I, when we come back.
Cattle producers, it's time for one of the biggest events in cattle marketing. Superior Livestock Auctions Week in the Rockies, July 7th through the 11th from Steamboat Springs, Colorado. With over 3,000 head offered, it's the summer auction where records are set and true price discovery is made. Browse the catalog at superiorlivestock.com, bid online at superiorclicktobid.com, or watch on Dish Channel 997. Big runs, serious bids, unmatched visibility. It's the Superior way.
Growers across the region have successfully planted another Molson Coors barley crop, and before too long, combines will be rolling through the golden-ripe fields. Hi, this is Justine Paxton, a fourth-generation farmer from Basin, Wyoming. Bill Coors coined the phrase, barley is to beer as grapes are to wine, and he's right. That's why Molson Coors uses Moravian barley, a variety bred to be one of the highest quality and best yielding varieties available. We are proud to raise barley for Molson Coors, a company known for always supporting farmers in rural America.
I remember watching Mark Garrett get his rigging set, pulling it tight, doing all the stuff, and I was like 2 horses before him in the rodeo, but I was just at the rodeo still invested in learning and watching, and you know, it's funny because I don't think those guys really understand what they mean to us younger guys coming up on just following their footsteps or the knowledge they have to give, and good or bad. Like some things I don't agree with on how they rode or how they teach, but it's all in our own aptitude to figure out what works for us and what doesn't work. But it's just having that positive road of direction that really gets us there. And without those pioneers of the sport, those real horsemen, those real tough cowboys, we wouldn't get there, you know?
Yeah, I know what you mean. Just like, I mean, you're talking about Mark Garrett, world champion, Marvin Garrett, world champion, Deb Greeno, world champion, Wayne Herman, world champion, you know, Clint Corey, all those, Bobby Moat, probably all that stuff. But, you know, I'm surprised every time I call Bob Tallman. Usually he answers the phone or at least calls me back. Same thing, right? I mean, I don't try to emulate much that he does, but you still, man, just my hero. Just talk to me on Kelly Timberman on the Rodeo Roadshow. I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake.
Speaking of rodeo, they got a bit of rodeo going on in Cody. Looking for a real Wild West experience? Cody, Wyoming's got your ticket to ride. They've been throwing down there since 1919 with the world-famous Cody Stampede Rodeo. And when the sun sets, it's the Cody Night Rodeo that keeps the action going every night all summer long. It's bulls, broncs, and big-time cowboy energy in the only town where rodeo is a nightly tradition. Because here in Cody, rodeo's not just an event, it's a way of life. The Cody Rodeo, Stampede and Night Rodeo. If you're in the area, we were talking up Cody all morning about the way they celebrate 4th of July, so there's no reason why you wouldn't already be in Cody. I told you to get there over an hour ago. I said they do a 5-day 4th of July weekend celebration. They do it up big in Cody, where they're all about the red, white, and blue, and they're all about rodeo. And they got rodeos, they got parades, fireworks, all kinds of things going on. Keep you entertained. If you're traveling around, you hear me now, get to Cody now. Point your vehicle there, ask somebody where Cody is. You better ask somebody. Wyoming has its first case of child measles since 2010. It was identified in a kid in Casper at the ER in Natrona County. The Wyoming Department of Health has been notified, and they said yes. Banner Health, Wyoming Medical Center in Casper, its first case of measles. Wyoming Department of Health State Health Officer Dr. Alexia Harris said the department is not going to release the sex or age of the child to protect the family's privacy, but measles has been found now first time in Wyoming. Obviously, measles on the rise. The spread of measles began in Texas, where presumably those unvaccinated, and there's a growing trend to not get vaccinations, and mostly a fear of thimerosal, which is the additive in them. In fact, you just heard JFK Jr. recently fired all his CDC people, got a whole new panel in there. And the first thing he told them was get rid of thimerosal, in the additive in vaccines, flu vaccines, and I believe other vaccines. There's a lot of people that believe that additive somehow increases the chances of kids being developing ADHD, ADD, getting on the spectrum in some way with all kinds of stuff. There's all kinds of fears about that additive. So JFK Jr., whether the science is there or not, is saying get rid of it. He wants all vaccines starting now to be manufactured without it. apparently there are alternatives. Anyway, that's one pushback for not getting vaccinated. Then there's this whole, a lot of people are purists. They say, there's no need for vaccinations. Your body is made perfect in the beginning. You should be able to fight off every disease, whether you believe that or not. But in Texas, this movement started to be anti-vaccinating. And guess what? It's mostly the non-vaccinated that are coming down with measles. And that has spread from Texas to neighboring states and now has made it, you can see it on the map, made it all the way up to Wyoming. We get our first case. This child who is not identified, we don't know if it was boy or girl, but in case you were in the Casper area, if you were in Casper on June 24th, between this child was in the emergency room at Banner Health in Casper, in case you were there as well, in the waiting area of the emergency room on June 24th between 11 in the morning and 1 in the afternoon, and again on June 25th from about 12:55 to 2:55 p.m. Harris said there was an estimated 30 people who have been identified as being in the ER waiting room at about the same time, which means you, if it's you, anyone there could face potential exposure from those two visits. The hospital and health department are working together to notify those potentially exposed. We saw similar things happen in COVID during the COVID pandemic, but it is so difficult to go back and stop a spread of something. I mean, it gets exponentially out of hand so fast. If 30 people were potentially exposed, if 20 of them hear this message or read this story and stay home confined and don't or never develop measles, okay. If another 8 people, never get exposed or are vaccinated, great. But it just takes one person who didn't hear, didn't get the message, and for whatever reason is susceptible or does get measles, then that one person infects another, and then, yeah, it's too late. It's so tough to confine the spread of anything. Measles, highly contagious. Harris said we're asking individuals potentially exposed to self-monitor for measles symptoms for the next 3 weeks. Again, unrealistic. Even if you do get the heads up that you might have been in the ER waiting room at the same time somebody who tested positive for measles was, what are the chances for the next 3 weeks you're going to stay at home? Because, after 1 week, if you don't develop a fever, a cough, a runny nose, red eyes, you might think, well, I'm fine. Yeah, it's unrealistic to think we could stop the spread of measles other than being born in the 1950s or being vaccinated. The vaccination is a double shot, 2 shots of consecutive shots you'll get. It's considered 97% effective. Otherwise, those born before 1957 are generally considered immune. Booster doses not necessary for people who have been adequately vaccinated for measles, which again is a 2-dose vaccine, 97% effective in preventing the disease. Harris says she doesn't know if Banner's hospital ER waiting room has a negative airflow room specifically designed for patients with airborne contagious diseases. I didn't know there was such a thing, but I was talking to Greg Johnson earlier, and He was explaining how they work, like sucking out the air and putting back in fresh air. Sounds genius. I mean, Greg says they've got them in some bars and saloons where cigarette smoking is still allowed indoors. If a bar and saloon can have them, I don't know why every hospital wouldn't have them in an ER waiting room. That should be standard base equipment. Honestly, negative airflow room. It's unknown whether Banner has one or Harris didn't know whether they have one. Maybe we should find out. Dale Killingbeck has the story. It's in the Cowboy State Daily. For the first time since 2010, measles are in Wyoming, identified in a child case in Casper. Superintendent of Public Instruction Megan Degenfelder was on the show yesterday, and she was addressing mostly what we talked about were two lawsuits that the Department of Education is on the receiving end of, let's say. One of them was a 2022 lawsuit saying Wyoming does not do its education funding correctly. And that was ruled, it was the same judge in both cases, and both lawsuits brought by the same entity, the Wyoming Education Association, the WEA. It's a nonprofit education advocacy group. They brought a lawsuit years ago saying Wyoming doesn't fund adequately. They believe every student, for instance, should have a tablet to learn on. Every student should have money to pay for, I think, online, if they want to do online learning. Other things. Circuit District Judge Peter Frolicker did rule in WEA's favor against the Wyoming Department of Education. That lawsuit has now been appealed to the highest court. Wyoming Supreme Court will hear it. So you got that one going on. The latest just came down weeks ago. Another lawsuit, again brought by Wyoming Education Association and a handful of parents, I believe 7, 8, 9 parents, something like that, some of them who are teachers. This lawsuit concerns the brand new voucher program, school choice voucher program, the Steamboat Legacy Scholarships program, which would do a few things, but basically would pay families $7,000 per student for kids who wanted to not attend a public school, who wanted to do something in an alternative fashion, whether that's homeschooling, private school, charter school, alternative school. If your kid wants to be schooled in some other way than public, the Wyoming Department of Education, with a recent legislation that was passed just this past session, would pay families $7,000 per kid to fund the education of children not enrolled in the state's public schools. Megan Degenfelder and the Wyoming Department of Education call it school choice. Call it this is a way to better offer to parents a choice other than public school. WEA, Wyoming Education Association, calls it a violation of the state constitution, saying first and foremost, the Department of Education should spend money on and spend all its efforts on public education and nothing else. Superintendent Degenfelder said this money allocated to the scholarship program, some $50 million on a first-come, first-served basis, is not taking away from public schools. Degenfelder said it's not. Nobody is taking money away out of the public school funds. That's still funded this as it was. This money's coming out of the general fund. She said it's in addition to any efforts and money spent toward public schools. But still, WEA not having it, and they filed suit. And again, it was Judge Peter Froelicher, and his ruling came down just this past Friday, which essentially is an injunction. It stopped payments immediately. He hasn't made a full decision yet. He said by mid-July, he'll have a decision. He's being asked by WEA to decide whether this is constitutional. What is the constitutionality of the state school choice voucher program? He will contemplate that and make his decision sometime mid-month, this month. But until then, he did see enough there to say, I am going to freeze this program right now. And initially didn't say, I'm going to freeze payments. And then he changed, and then he added, yes, we're going to stop any voucher payment. And Superintendent Degenfelder said that is terribly unfair to families that were counting on that money. And she says it's thrown the program into, quote, utter chaos. Families of roughly 4,000 students in the program are all in a wait-and-see holding pattern as Judge Peter Froelicher made his announcement, his ruling. Degenfelder said she's frustrated by the WEA, obviously the second time her department's been sued by this outfit, and she's particularly frustrated with the timing of such. She said, obviously, 2 weeks before she was scheduled to start making $7,000 payments from this Steamboat Legacy Scholarship Program, that's when the lawsuit came down. And she's pretty frustrated. By the way, what we didn't talk about yesterday is if you are a parent of a student considering schooling outside of the public, if you are interested in this voucher program, you can still sign up. You need to sign up. You need to make sure the school you're considering, if you're not homeschooling, let's say, if the private school or non-public school you're considering, you got to make sure it's registered with WDE, Wyoming Department of Education. So get on their website, find out if you are indeed eligible, and then sign up. Get on the list as soon as you can, because as we said, it's $50 million first come, first serve. So get your name in there and get all the paperwork done. You can still do that while the lawsuit has held up actual payments. But hopefully in a couple weeks here, there'll be a final decision from Judge Peter Froelicher. That story is in the Cowboy State Daily as a result of Superintendent Degenfelder's stop with us yesterday. She was on the show. Matthew Christian must have been listening because he wrote up the story for the Cowboy State Daily. We'll be back with more right after this. Don't go anywhere.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
We come from a long line of farmers, and there's a sense of pride, but there's also a significant amount of pressure.
Farmers have to take care of their physical and their mental health, because what's a farm without a farmer?
Watching the sun come up, that's my time. I can have a cup of coffee, and every day's a new opportunity.
That's cool. Your hand's gotten so big. Yay!
Don't forget to check in on yourself. Love your mind.
Yeah, but getting back to it here on a July 3rd, Cowboy State Daily Radio Network. I'm Jake, hosting the show. Thanks for spending your morning with us as you prepare for your 4th of July celebrations. Buy some hot dogs and some firecrackers. In fact, put the firecrackers in the hot dogs, right? And then blow that up. I don't do the fireworks. I watch a fireworks show. I enjoy them as much as anyone. Even those are getting kind of old. Have I lost touch with my inner child? Maybe. I just don't get all worked up over fireworks. Me and every dog in the world and a good many veterans are all in the same group. I don't get PTSD over it, but I'm just, fireworks? All right. I've seen fireworks. They got fireworks every time somebody hits a home run at the Mets game, which thankfully isn't very often, so they don't waste a lot of fireworks there. But the pyrotechnics, I don't know, maybe I'm too old. Been there, done that. And I certainly don't have any great interest in doing it myself. Exploding stuff. I don't know. Maybe I've aged out. I've graduated out of fireworks somehow. But there'll be many Americans looking to blow something up tomorrow. They'll probably start tonight and it'll go right through the weekend. Plenty of fireworks in Cody, Wyoming. Plenty of fireworks in downtown Jackson over this horrific case of vehicle homicide, alleged. Jackson man accused of killing bicyclist while driving drunk is sent to a higher court. I mean, first, Cowboy State Daily told you about the story. The story is the death of beloved photographer and longtime community member Florence McCall Phillips. Just about everybody knew her or knew of her. Everyone had a degree of separation with Flo, whether it was 1 degree, 2, 3. You knew someone who knew her, you knew of her, you knew her well. I mean, Flo McCall. And to hear it was she that was the victim of a bicyclist getting hit. I remember I was DJing a wedding, and the ceremony was being held up because a bus carrying all the wedding party was late getting there because traffic was just stopped. The bus driver said, the traffic stopped. There's a huge accident in Jackson. And, you know, there's an accident almost every day. You think, oh, well, fender bender, two tourists probably ran into each other, not knowing which way they were turning, and that held up everything. And who knew? You wouldn't even dare to think that on June 21st, when that happened, it was actually, the accident was Jody Utter, 53-year-old, who's charged with 1 count of aggravated vehicle homicide after he ran into Flo McCall, who was on a bike. Flo McCall was on South Park Loop Road, which has a pathway, a dedicated bike pathway, walking pathway. I've seen horses on it. It's a nice pathway. In the winter, they cross-country ski on it. But in this case, I was wondering, like, how does she get hit if she's biking on a path? So I'm wondering, in the aftermath, was she on the path and Jody Utter, like, came all the way off the road? That's not the case. In the story from Claire McFarland, we learn a little bit more about the crash. The crash on the afternoon of June 21st. Flo McCall was hit so hard that reenactment of the scene, piecing it together, she was hit 200 feet, thrown 200 feet from impact. That seems like a lot to me. Sergeant Justin Jenkins, among those responding, identified the vehicle. It was a Ford, I believe a Ford Explorer, I think, or an Expedition. I think a Ford Explorer. He encountered the driver, Jody Utter. Utter's explanation of what happened was not as important as the breath that Utter expelled explaining the story. Sergeant Jenkins said he smelled a strong odor of alcohol. Utter explained he was driving west when the cyclist came onto the roadway suddenly, and it was too late. He had no time to react, and he hit her, he said. And again, Sergeant Jenkins is just thinking, this guy is reeking of alcohol. Utter admitted to drinking 3 pints of beer when asked if he had been drinking. 3 pints of beer, I don't know, gets you to the blood alcohol content of 0.215. That's what he blew. Later, citation file says Utter's blood or breath alcohol content was 0.215. The legal limit is 0.08. So this is obviously way, way, way more. The average drink has about 0.02. 0.02. So to get to 0.215, that's more than 3 pints. I'll just tell you that. Whether we want to believe Jody Utter or not. And remember, Jody Utter is innocent until proven guilty. And bail was set at $300,000. Utter's lawyer wanted it to be more like $100,000. He said Jody's been in the community a long time. He's got family members in the community. He's not a flight risk. The judge said no. He thought $300,000 was adequate. Refused to come down on that. So assuming Utter cannot make a $300,000 bond, he's continues to await in jail after this crash on June 21st. Just a horrific story. There's going to be no good that'll ever come out of this. whether there's conviction, no matter what happens to Jody Utter, Flo McCall, man. Claire McFarland has the story and what was the latest, and that was a court appearance with bail set. Jody Utter did not object to or declined Wednesday. He and his lawyer declined to argue whether the state has probable cause. That raises the case to felony level court, says Claire McFarland, as she explained. Utter is facing one count of aggravated vehicular homicide. That's punishable by up to 20 years in prison. He also faces misdemeanor count of drunk driving, punishable by up to 6 months in jail. Jody Utter's lawyer said, my client has not had any brushes with the law except an old 2006 domestic violence charge. He was convicted of battery of a household member and breach of peace in that same year of 2006. That's the only criminal history that Utter's lawyer, Dick Stout, knew of. But the judge has put bond at $300,000. If Utter makes bail, he would be required to undertake alcohol tests twice a day as part of a 24/7 testing program. And the judge has also sent the case to felony level Teton County District Court. Once there, Utter can give a plea and proceed to either plea agreement or a trial. That's what's up next for Jody Utter. But a tough story out of Teton County, out of Jackson. Claire McFarland has the story. You can read it in the Cowboy State Daily. We're making our way towards top of the hour news break for our affiliates. You can hear us around the state on radio down there in Cheyenne. How you doing? Riverton, stay cool. It's going to be hot today. We're in Jackson as well, where you need to stay dry. You're going to get some rain. Wherever you're taking us in this morning, we sure appreciate it. It's the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. A judge's decision to temporarily stop payments to Wyoming's school choice voucher program has brought utter chaos to the families of the students enrolled. That's what Wyoming Superintendent of Public Instruction Megan Degenfelder said Wednesday during an appearance on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. Cowboy State Daily's Matthew Christian reports that roughly 4,000 students have enrolled in the Steamboat Legacy Scholarships program, but the Wyoming Education Association and a handful of parents are challenging the constitutionality of the program.
She said there's one woman who enrolled her daughter in a preschool based on the assumption that that scholarship would pay for that. And the woman took a job afterwards based on that assumption. And so she may have to quit her job if those payments are not made.
Judge Peter Frolicker is expected to make a permanent ruling in mid-July. Until then, Degenfelder says everything is in a holding pattern. A former Wyoming Supreme Court justice will be Wyoming's next Attorney General. Governor Mark Gordon appointed Keith Couts to the post on Wednesday. Matthew Christian reports that Couts served as a Wyoming Supreme Court justice from 2015 to 2024 when he was constitutionally required to retire at age 70.
Wyoming is one of a very, very few states that the attorney general is appointed by the governor. Most states elect their attorney generals. I mean, he was appointed by the governor. The governor's previous attorney general was appointed by the governor to the Supreme Court, and the new attorney general was on the Supreme Court. I talked to former Attorney General Bill Hill. He said Mr. Counts was first rate, and he did a great job as a justice, and he's very confident that he could do a great job as Attorney General.
Prior to the Wyoming Supreme Court, Couts served as a district court judge in the 8th Judicial District, which includes Converse, Goshen, Niobrara, and Platte counties. A Glenrock company will start drilling dozens of holes in the Powder River Basin this month to explore potential to mine uranium. Single Water Services will mobilize equipment to the Pine Ridge Uranium Project north of Glenrock later this month, preparing to launch a massive exploration that could establish Wyoming's second largest uranium resource. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison spoke to Levi Single, whose four-man crew is a local piece of an ambitious, internationally connected campaign designed to prove up the Pine Ridge deposit.
They plan to officially break ground July 21st, punching holes into the ground and then testing them for mineral deposits using this technology that sounds fascinating. You drop a device down a wire, and as it goes through, it can rate the radioactivity and tell you what minerals are down there, including uranium. And so really, they're just characterizing this huge ore deposit, and it's the first step in what they hope will be not only a mining, but a processing operation.
The Pine Ridge Project sits at the center of an international uranium venture that stretches from Winnipeg to Sydney to Namibia's Skeleton Coast. I'll be back with more news right after this.
The Wyoming way of life. There's nothing like it. And no financial partner like your local cooperative credit union to help you live life the way you want to. We help you save for a brighter future, borrow for your dream home, start your small business. We've got your finances. And you've got plans, so go ahead, pitch a tent, head for the rodeo, reel in a big trout, fire up the smoker. Wyoming's credit unions are here to stay and here for you.
Well, if there was a competition for the best 4th of July celebration in Wyoming, Cody might win by a country mile. That's because it throws a 5-day party filled with parades, rodeos, fireworks, and celebrities that attract huge crowds. And Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi will be right in the middle of the action, announcing the parades that have become a centerpiece of the town's annual Independence Day and PRCA Rodeo event.
You know, you're talking about a gateway community right outside Yellowstone National Park. It's a spot where everybody wants to be seen. Like, there have been notable names like Cole Hauser was the Grand Marshal in 2022. Larry the Cable Guy was the Grand Marshal just last year. I don't know if you could ever say which is the best 4th of July parade in Wyoming, but just going by history and who shows up, it seems like Cody is the parade that everybody wants to be seen in or seen watching.
Typical attendees of the Cody Stampede parades include the governor, secretaries of state and education, the entire U.S. congressional delegation, and high school bands from across the state. In fact, in 1976, America's bicentennial, the Grand Marshal was none other than the Duke himself, John Wayne. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Corr for Cowboy State Daily.
The climate that we're operating under has everyone on the defensive.
You see a person and you automatically put them in a box and say, well, this is what this person should be like.
All of this ostracizing people. What are we afraid of?
We're called to love one another. It can't be, I reject you as a person.
This country's been through so much. Its people has been through so much. Why can't we fix this?
Do we have issues we have to deal with? Yes, we do. But we're not going to be able to deal with them if we're fighting and yelling at each other and not listening.
Yeah, she has an accent. Oh, gosh, she dressed funny. But we're talking the same thing. Mm-hmm. We're all concerned about our children, concerned about the world we live in.
A lot of people wouldn't even think we should be here talking to each other, but I'm sorry, I disagree.
Cowboy State Daily Show. Renee is scheduled to pop in, but we missed her Tuesday. I think she's not feeling great. She might have some allergies. I got the allergies too. Man, seasonal allergies. I haven't found anything that can stop them. Has anybody tried local honey? I heard honey. Only if you take it prior to when you would get the allergies. I get them like clockwork automatically late June through early July, like a 20-day period. Last week of June, last week and a half of June, and the first week and a half of July. No matter what, I get them. So presumably, if I were to start eating local honey, because bees somehow, when they're making their pollen, using flowers, if I were to start eating local honey weeks before, I don't know how long before, then you would not experience seasonal allergies, or they would be greatly relieved. So I've never tried it because I just don't think it'll work. I have tried everything. I take the super secret Sudafed, the kind you got to get, from the pharmacist, because you got to prove that you're not cooking meth with it. And I double the prescription of that, and I go all over, and it barely does anything. I get the allergies bad. What about you, Renee?
I have allergies.
Oh,
Yes.
they're horrible. Do you know exactly what you're allergic to out there, other than the great outdoors?
Mold, pollen, dust.
Yeah.
Cats, cockroach.
You name it.
No, I was tested. Those are the things I'm allergic to. Grass also.
That's a lot of, for me, it's the grass. Not the cottonwoods, not the cottonwood snow. But yeah, grasses. So you got mold going. What about animals? No cat or dog or anything?
Cat. Yeah, I'm
Cat.
allergic to cats.
Yeah, allergies. Oh, they suck. They take a lot out of you. It's not just sniffling and burning eyes and watering eyes. Like, your body is constantly fighting against what it thinks is an invasion, and it wears you out. Like, it tires you out. Enough about our ailments. Let's go to Flaming Gorge Days. It's back. Green River. It's going to take a while to get back where it was, but it's at least back after an embezzlement scandal.
Yeah, actually, I was pleasantly surprised when I got there. I was kind of expecting a much smaller event. It was huge. There were thousands of people there. They had 90 vendors there. They had, not the name brand bands that they've had in the past, but pretty solid bands with record labels. So, and I thought it was really cool how it came back. It took a community.
Yeah, Green River not ready to let go of Flaming Gorge Days, which back in the day they had, like, what did you say, Kenny Chesney, some big acts.
Styx, I don't remember now, but
man.
Yeah, they used to have some pretty big concerts there once upon a time. But, it's really kind of a remarkable comeback, I think, because they really had no money to start with. They're starting off from scratch. So to come back this big so quickly, I think is remarkable.
Yeah, they're building back better. This all was... This embezzlement case was in Cowboy State Daily as well. This woman was do we have to say alleged, or I think there's an actual
she was
conviction.
Convicted. She was convicted of that and sentenced, I think, 4 to 8 years, something like that.
Yes.
So it's no longer on suspicion of she was actually convicted of the charges.
$77,000 embezzled, 2 felony counts. That's a shame. It almost did this whole event in, but not quite. Green River loves their Flaming Gorge Days, so hopefully it's back and just keeps building up. I don't know if they'll ever get as big as the way Cody celebrates Independence Day. Andrew Rossi has a story about 5 days of celebrating, 3 total parades and rodeos. I mean, they got rodeo around the clock there. That is the place to be for Independence Day. What are you doing for the 4th, Renee?
I'm headed to Du Bois.
Is that right? There's going to be some old war machines in that parade. They have a great little parade, bigger since that museum. There's going to be a few tanks rolling down Main Street.
Yeah, they bring out the tanks.
That'll be fun.
Yeah.
Well, so many people drawn to live in Wyoming. That's for sure. Although our population doesn't seem to ever increase, we have that many people always leaving. But it's attractive to be here as far as real estate. And your story was fantastic. It just sort of confirmed what a lot of people know, why Wyoming is an attractive place to move to, especially with the wealthy. I know. They like the no income tax. They like the dynasty trust that you can put in place almost forever. I mean, it's 1,000 years, and I think there's a way to even turn that over. There's a lot of reasons strategic-wise, financially, to move here. And then, of course, Yellowstone and the whole Wild West. That's always fun, too. But you talk to some real estate agents, including our buddy Jenkins, who... yeah, he gave the whole list of reasons why you might want to move here.
Yeah, Wyoming makes the short list of states that these wealthy landowners are looking at locating. South Dakota and Tennessee are a couple of others. They both have dynasty trusts, kind of like Wyoming does. South Dakota's is perpetual. Tennessee's is 360, 390 years, something like that. And Wyoming's is 1,000 years. But then in Wyoming, though, you also have those LLCs that adds just another layer of privacy. Some would say secrecy. But so, it's pretty unmatched. And then I asked Latham Jenkins about South Dakota. Theirs is perpetual. There's no limit on it. But he said, what you get in Wyoming with 2 national parks and all the other amenities, South Dakota just kind of doesn't compare. So Wyoming is being chosen kind of preferentially by quite a few buyers on what's a pretty short list of states that they're looking to locate to.
Yeah, when you look to check boxes on what makes financial sense, certainly the no income tax, the dynasty, and no capital gains tax. I mean, that's huge. All this tax haven stuff that Wyoming is, and then you put it up against the very few states that can offer similar. And Tennessee, South Dakota. I mean, if it comes down to Wyoming, South Dakota, I love South Dakota, but Wyoming, come on, you got, all kinds of things. It just seems way more when Wyoming. And then the icing on the whole cake is Yellowstone has just made the cowboy credo, the cowboy code all so popular again. People like the idea that Wyoming represents that freedom, the independence, and the old Wild West.
Yeah.
Well, one last thing, Renee, let's go to the Cheyenne area where we're going to get down into a missile silo. It's, Doge made some cuts, but President Trump is not ready to make any kind of slashes to pretty much the military and certainly the nation's first defense. He's looking to actually spend money, not cut money. $140 billion upgrade to the Minuteman missile, which is yesterday's rocket. Now we got to get into these Sentinels, and the F.E. Warren base is ready to go.
Yeah, not just yesterday's rocket, but yesterday rocket. These are like 50 years old, almost half a century old.
Yeah.
They've been all but replaced time and again. The latest economic analysis determined that starting fresh was going to cost less than renovating and continuing to replace. So that's why we're getting new missiles. The Sentinels they'll build new silos for these. They're laying new cables, new fiber optic cables. That's part of what's made this so expensive. They were originally planning to kind of repurpose some of that, but I think they found that they actually needed to replace that too. So it was an additional expense. Those the old cables are the old copper cables. They're not fiber optics. So this is going to be brand new with the latest and greatest cutting edge technology. The missiles are, they're part of our nuclear triad, the three-pronged air, land, and sea. The thinking there, as I understand it, is, having a overwhelming force. You can't take all three of them out. It's difficult to take all three of them out. So at least one of them is going to get through. If you hit us, we're going to hit you with more firepower than you can, than you want to withstand.
I mean, I guess it's reassuring to know that America has that potential and that men and women stand ready at F.E. Warren Air Force Base 24/7. They got some smart people that are sure that, if it ever happened, if Iran, Russia, China ever started something, that President Trump, when he presses the button, something better happen. And instead of just silence, I guess we're ready to go in Cheyenne.
And the mission requires for a time that both missile systems are going to be live and active. So, as they're bringing up the Sentinels, the Minutemen will still be live and active. And for a time, the Sentinels will be live and active. And while they're being tested, the Minutemen will still be online. So until the Sentinel is up and ready, the Minutemen will then be taken down once that happens. And they'll be decommissioned.
Yeah, that makes sense. You can't have a period where there's, just nothing. All right. Well, good news, Renee. Thank you for the stories. Appreciate it. Have a great 4th in Du Bois.
All right. See you later. Bye-bye.
All right. Renee Jean joining us on the Cowboy State Daily Network. And she can be doing the 4th in Du Bois, Wyoming. Never sweat. Where they have they've always had a fun, charming little parade. It's not so little anymore with the new military museum right outside of town, just 8 miles east. And they bring some big rigs, Jeeps and tanks and all kinds of stuff, just in case it goes down, man. They are ready. I would not declare war on Du Bois' 4th of July parade. They're ready to defend themselves. So it's not all just Cody. You might want to spend the 4th in Du Bois. We'll be right back with the Ask Abby segment, our always funnest time of the week, right after this. To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story, Will Crow About Crowheart, and Yodel Over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Tent Sleep, good morning, welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and Du Bois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Meet Norm. He lives with anxiety, but with the help of this latest innovation from Be Normal, he can be normal, just like everyone else. With the swipe of a finger, you can project happiness, confidence, machismo. Why settle for being real when you can be normal? The Normal Maker, new from Be Normal. This item doesn't really work because there's no such thing as normal. We're all different. What we like, how our brains work. In fact, 1 in 5 of us live with mental illness. Don't filter who you are. Start by talking to someone you trust. And remember, there is no normal.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming, with a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven. Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far.
A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
Cowboy State Daily Show. It's a Thursday, so that means it's Abby Ask Abby segment, our highest rated segment. Put in jeopardy last week when Abby disappointed everyone.
I think about the opposite happened. I think people were really enthusiastic about my performance, very shocked, and then a little relieved that I honestly didn't know any of that Brady Bunch trivia.
In the end, they were relieved to know you are the same great, lovable Abby, who is
maybe that too.
Who's often perplexed when we ask her something. Even the simplest thing, like, what are you doing for the 4th? Abby will look up and to the left. I don't know. What are you doing, really?
I don't have any plans for the 4th, but today is the 10th annual Play for Brooks golf tournament, which is a pretty big deal. It's one of my favorite days of the year. So I'm going to be doing that. And then tomorrow, we'll see what happens. Maybe fishing. That's usually on the agenda.
Oh, man, you are cooking up an enviable weekend. Golfing, fishing.
Well, I don't golf, though. I just volunteer on one of the holes.
All right.
So they have holes that you can bet on and play games and stuff. So that's what I do. Because I don't golf.
You stand on the green. You're the one who says, it's in the hole. It's in the hole.
Yep, exactly.
All right. Well, that's pretty exciting. Good weekend for Abby.
What are you doing?
I don't know. I was going to golf today, but I'm looking outside and it's like going to thunderstorm any minute.
Oh.
So I had golfing on my mind. Tomorrow I don't know, not much. The wife's out of town.
So it's just you and the cat.
It's just me and the cat. So last week, if you missed it, Greg kind of helped and fed some answers to Abby. It ended up being a good thing because it was our highest rated segment. It went viral. In France, they're calling it Royche's Ruin. Royche's Ruin. In England, it's being called the Gretel Goof. And in Mexico, it's the Tall Tale of Abigail. Headlines everywhere across the country. Mark Twain even rose from his grave and reinvented his famous saying, "Lives, damn lies," and Abby answering trivia. It was a spectacle.
You're on fire today.
No,
I love it. Can't wait to hear what I'm going to not know today.
Yeah, I'm going to get my buzzer ready. Today, we're going to do something a little different. Not necessarily trivia questions. And please verify you don't have your phone in front of you or Siri. Okay.
I'm going to keep my hands up So I'm not Googling, and I won't look at my phone in case anyone like, Greg wants to shoot me some answers.
Okay. We're going to give you some 20 common old sayings, famous sayings. You probably know all of them, but we're going to give you bonus points if you know where they come from. Like, why do we say that? So let's start right away with this one. What does it mean? That's the first question. And then where does it come from? If you were to say something is the bee's knees, what does that mean?
Well, it means like something's really cool.
Yep. Similar to the cat's pajamas or the bomb, the bee's knees means it's really excellent.
The cat's meow. Don't they say that too?
Cat's meow. Where does it come from? Like,
why do people say it?
Yeah, what's the origin? What's the idea? Give me and this is judgment. We'll decide if you're close or not. Where does it? Why do people say that? The bee's knees.
I honestly have no idea.
Well, that's when you're supposed to just give a cool guess. Give your story, your version.
The bee's knees? I don't know. Oh, it doesn't. I bet it doesn't have anything to do with actual bees.
Yeah, probably not. Although,
because bees don't have knees, correct?
Well, they got legs. And they have a joint that you could call the knee, I guess. But here's the thing about bees. They store their honey or they store their pollen when they're out there sniffing flowers. They store that in their legs.
Okay.
Bees' pollen basket called the corbiculi is in a bee's legs. So could you say bees' knees is because that's where they keep their honey and...
Yeah. And pollen is good for everything on Earth. So,
as a bartender, have you ever heard of a drink called the bee's knees?
Yes. Yeah.
I
do remember that.
That also has to do with the derivation, which comes from the 1920s, the Prohibition era, and the flapper era. It was a time in U.S. history when we were just getting all kinds of crazy with our terminology, like 23 skidoo. We were just saying crazy, nonsensical things in America during the flapper era when we were all dancing like that, That
was before my time.
Yes.
But,
What if somebody tells you don't take any wooden nickels? What are they really saying?
Oh, that's like don't fall for anyone's crap.
Yeah, don't fall for anyone's crap. Our judges will accept it. Don't fall for anyone's crap. Yes, it's an old saying meaning watch out, stay sharp, avoid getting duped. Where does that come from? This is kind of easy if you reason it out.
Well, something historical where people were making like fake coins.
Yeah, pretty much. It goes back to 1915, and potentially it's advice to maybe country folks getting taken by city slickers who would give somebody a wooden nickel. That's not real money, of course not. Have you heard the phrase somebody's mad as a hatter? What is that?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
That's because the fumes from the hats, when they made hats, some of the material or the fumes of whatever they processed when they would make hats made people not good neurologically.
Excellent.
How scientific was that? Not good neurologically?
Not. In other words, cray. Yeah. Good. No, our judges like it. Mad as a hatter refers to 18th, 19th century hat makers using mercury in the hat making, in felt making, and that exposure to mercury that long caused you to be somewhat erratic. Mad as a hatter. Okay. What if you were warned not to spill the beans?
Oh, that's when you don't want to let someone's secret out or, don't. don't let the news out or whatever it is.
Yep. Don't let a secret slip. Where does it come from?
It comes from when you would sit around a campfire and share a can of beans and you didn't want to spill it.
I mean, a good try.
Oh, there's that sound. There's that sound I love.
Yes, that's the sound so associated with Ask Abby in the morning. You went pretty literal, but it dates back to ancient Greece when they voted with beans. Each bean was a ballot, and they put the beans in a jar of some kind. And if you tip the jar over, you would disclose like how many beans this politician had. So you would, don't spill the beans, don't tip the jar of beans over.
I think I remember learning that.
No way.
I do. I feel like I remember learning that, but we'll see. Okay, onward and upward. That's my first buzzer, so I'm happy.
You're doing really well here. See, you don't need to resort to cheating. You're good at this. I'm trying to build you up. You're good at this, Abby. A stitch in time saves 9. What does that mean? That old phrase.
A stitch in time saves 9. I don't know. Okay, a stitch in time saves 9. I don't know. I don't even know what that means. I don't know why people say it.
People do. I don't know if they say it anymore, but they used to. I hear a cat outside, but it's not mine. He's right here. Are you gonna get buzzard if you don't offer?
Okay, no, I bet it means something like do the hard work now so that later it's more efficient or something like that. Like,
I mean, yeah, it's in the ballpark. It's kind of like that little ding in your windshield. Take care of it now before it becomes a big old crack. Yes, deal with something early before it becomes a big issue. Stitch in time saves 9. Where does it come from? Some say the Bible, Proverbs 22:6 talks about be hard on your kids because if they grow up, if you save the rod, you spoil the child. But it's not biblical necessarily.
okay. So I don't know. It doesn't have to do with quilting, right?
No, I mean, no, but this one's hard. I mean, it just comes from the actual, what it sounds like make a stitch now so you don't have to make 9 later. The first time it appeared in anything recorded was in 1732 in Thomas Fuller's work of Proverbs. So just so you know.
Okay.
How about this one? Have you ever heard the phrase, don't throw the baby out with the bathwater?
Yes.
What's it mean?
Just because one thing went wrong doesn't mean it's over. Don't make a mountain out of a molehill kind of thing. I don't know then.
I mean, you're on the right track.
Don't throw the baby out with the bathwater.
Yeah, it's a vivid metaphor warning against accidentally discarding something valuable while you're trying to get rid of something unwanted. So, if you turn your attention to removing something you don't want, but be careful you don't also remove something.
Throw your baby away. Okay,
yeah.
good to know.
Where would that come from? Does it actually come from like bathing babies?
I sure hope not.
Right.
I don't know why. Yeah, I mean, we're not really going to throw babies ever, so I don't know.
Yeah, you would hope not. There are many that believe it comes from colonial times America when we took baths, like the Pilgrims would take a bath 2-3 times a year. That's it. And you would get really dirty. And the process of taking a bath for the average family was dad would go first, Then mom would go in the same water because you had to save water. And then finally the kids. So when you get down to the last kid, the water was so filthy dirty, you might not even see the kid in it. It was so disgusting. And you would throw it out and you would forget the baby was in it. That's not actually where it comes from. This phrase has been around since the 1500s. Common German proverb. Dates back to 1512, which predates colonial America.
Merca. Could you imagine only bathing 3 times a year?
Yeah. No.
I can't.
How did anybody ever get together and make babies if you only bathe? Like, nope. Mind your P's and Q's. What does that mean?
It means be polite and have manners.
Excellent. That's exactly what it means. Where does that come from?
That comes from probably something Latin. Like Q's stands for something like thank you. Your please and thank yous. But I don't know why it's Q's.
That is pretty darn close. The derivation is not quite well defined or understood. It could be some of several things. One is, yes, mind your pleases. That's the P. And your thank yous. Now, how did that become the Q? That's not clear. And that's why that explanation is not considered the top one. Could also refer to the pubs and taverns back in Old England when the bartender would come around and write up your bill and say, here's what you owe for your drinking. Here's your tab and mind your pints and quarts. Did you have a pint or did you have a quart? Be accurate about it when settling your tab. That's the most common belief.
Huh. Okay.
If you say you're just over the moon, what does that mean? You're really mad?
No, it means you're really happy, like delighted.
Thrilled and delighted. Where does that come from?
Oh, Jake. That comes from a song written by Frank Sinatra. I don't know.
Oh, you are closer than you think. We're going to have to buzz you, but it does come from a nursery rhyme, the old 16th century nursery rhyme, Hey Diddle Diddle.
Oh, Jake's Cat and the Fiddle.
And the cow jumped over the moon.
Yeah.
That's the first time. That's believed where that phrase comes from, to jump over the moon. What does it mean if you say you're riding shotgun? Why do people call shotgun? What does it mean?
That's when you're riding in the passenger seat, and it's called shotgun because that's where you would put your gun.
Well, yeah. It means riding alongside the driver. It derives from the old stagecoach days when to be on guard, there was actually somebody who rode next to the driver with the shotgun, and he rode shotgun just in case Butch Cassidy.
In case it got Western.
Yeah, in case it got all Western. I would never say this to you, Abby, but what if somebody told you to put a sock in it? What are they saying?
It means to be quiet.
Yes.
Shut your pie hole.
Shut your pie is today's version. Shut your pie hole. Yeah. Put a sock in it. Put a sock in what? Where does it come from? It comes from 20th century Britain, possibly during World War I. But what is the visual? Put a sock in it.
It probably had to do with how you would fix a problem. I don't know. Like, put a sock in it, it's gonna stop the flood from happening, or I don't know.
Yeah.
Close.
You're close. I mean, what would produce noise that if you shoved a sock in it, it would be quieter?
A muffler? don't know.
I'm going to give you both the buzzer and the correct. Yeah, like you think of maybe a horn.
Oh, no. A megaphone, a record player.
Bam! Yes, that's what we were looking for. The gramophone. Some people would play the gramophone loud. You'd be like, stick a sock in that to quiet it down.
Yes, that makes sense.
Excellent. We're going back in time as well. When if you get all tired at night, you say, I'm going to hit the hay. What is that? Why does that mean sleeping?
Because people would sleep in a barn. Now, maybe the pillows were originally made out of hay.
Close. Mattresses were stuffed with hay.
Okay.
Going out. What does it mean to paint the town red?
That means you're going to go out partying.
Out for a wild night. Where does it come from?
Something that probably has to do with actual paint. Maybe. No. Your face is saying no. Was it the first neon lights were red? I don't know.
No. There's actually a misnomer. Most people for a long time believed it had to do with an episode in the 1830s, a particular episode. Melton Mowbray of England in 1837, he was the Marquis of Waterford, and he went on one heck of a bender, and he told those people to paint the town red, but that's not what it is. It probably refers to paint was used as a slang for drink. So you were just going to drink the town red. Yeah. It the earliest recorded use, 1884. It was used in the Chicago Advance newspaper. And actually, the origin is unclear. So there is no right or wrong answer. So you win that one.
Yes.
Go
ahead and play my magic wand.
What if you say, if somebody is like a broken record, what are they?
They just keep saying the same thing over and over.
Yeah, why is that?
Because if the record was broken, it would skip. It wouldn't play how it was supposed to.
Exactly. You know, the needle gets stuck in a groove. Some kids who've never seen a record don't know this, but yeah, you could have a record that was broken that had a groove and it would just play over and over.
Yeah.
Okay. How about burning the midnight oil? What are you doing when you're burning the midnight oil?
You're working late, staying up late.
What?
And it was said because that's how lamps were first. They were oil lamps.
Pre-electricity, oil lamps, yes. Here's one. What if you go the whole 9 yards? Is that a football term?
Maybe.
What is it?
I know it means you did the whole thing.
Gave it your all, everything you got.
Yeah.
Where does it come from? Again,
It can't be football because there's more than 9 yards in football.
Excellent, right. There's more than 9 yards.
Look how smart I am.
9 yards doesn't even get you a first down. Good point.
It must come from, what else do you use yards? Sewing? Yard. No.
Well, there's some belief it may have come from a measure of a fabric measure, but that's not it. It actually comes from war pilots in World War II because the ammunition belt on the plane
was 9 yards long.
Was 9 yards long. So the pilots were instructed, give them the whole night. Like, don't come back with a single inch left of that. Yeah, give them the whole 9 yards.
I like that one.
That's a good one, right?
That's a good one.
Close, but no cigar. This is so often Abby in the trivia. Close, but no cigar. What does that mean?
It means you missed the mark.
And why do we say no cigar?
Because probably because I just had an intruder walk into my house.
Oh, that's unusual.
Yeah, come say hi. This is my good friend McCready. She's golfing today. Hello.
Hi, McCready. Oh, she's one of the golfers in Play for Brooks. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay, sorry, say it again.
Close but no cigar.
And close but no cigar is because
I mean, why is it a cigar is what we're up to?
because you would have won the cigar. No.
Yeah.
Like that's the prize.
You
so
would win
gotta
an
close-
actual,
you
yeah.
don't so you don't get to celebrate with the cigar.
Yeah. In carnival games in the early 20th century, a cigar was the usual prize. So that's, yeah. What does it mean to cut a rug?
Well, to dance. Everyone knows that one.
Wow, you knew more of these than I thought you would. I thought some, being as you're young, you live in Wyoming, I thought some you would have missed in your upbringing, but you are nailing them.
Nailing them.
All right, one last one. The phrase, let sleeping dogs lie. What does that mean?
I'll leave it alone.
And it comes from?
Don't wake the dogs.
Comes from actually advice to not wake a dog?
Yeah.
Final answer?
It does. Clearly not.
No, you're right. Don't second guess it.
Okay.
Yeah, no matter where you go, if you go to France, they had the phrase, I can't say it in French, but 14th century France, do not wake the dog that sleeps. Geoffrey Chaucer, he's a little bit English. He said it is not good to wake a sleeping hound. He said that in 1374. It's been around a long time. Everywhere. When dogs are asleep, let them stay sleeping. Okay,
Yeah.
Well, Abby, you did super good.
I crushed it.
What
I
a
got an
rebound.
A+.
You crushed
With no cheating. Just one intruder. No cheating, but one intruder.
Yeah. Okay, we'll play trivia again next week, and we'll make it a little more difficult for you, I think.
Oh, okay.
Just
I'll be sure to have Greg on speed dial.
Thanks, Abby. Have a great 4th.
Happy 4th of July.
Yeah, happy 4th. That's Ask Abby, the Ask Abby segment on the Cowboy State Daily. She did really good. We'll be right back to wrap things up after this.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
mighty might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
We come from a long line of farmers, and there's a sense of pride, but there's also a significant amount of pressure.
Farmers have to take care of their physical and their mental health, because what's a farm without a farmer?
Watching the sun come up, that's my time. I can have a cup of coffee, and every day's a new opportunity.
That's cool. Your hand's gotten so Yay!
Don't forget to check in on yourself. Love your mind.
It's the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a July 3rd. Here's the story we haven't gotten to yet, and I saved the best for last, maybe. Dale Killingback has a story about a 74-year-old Casper man who will not face charges for shooting and killing his daughter's boyfriend. This happened 4 months ago. Natrona County District Attorney's Office announced yesterday that it did not find enough evidence to bring a second-degree murder or a manslaughter or anything for this man, even though it was admitted and pretty known that he shot and killed the daughter's boyfriend. There's some evidence that it may have been, or at least enough evidence, it may have been self-defense. More likely, and this will be my opinion, more likely it was called justice. And here's how it went down. Charges against Clarence Daniels in connection with the death of Jeremiah Reyes. Clarence has a daughter that was seeing Jeremiah Reyes. Jeremiah was, by all accounts, a bad guy, in my opinion. Jeremiah would often beat up the girlfriend. In fact, went to jail for it, went to prison for it. He had a history of hitting his girlfriend. And gentlemen, you don't put hands on a lady. That's a hard and fast rule. It is in the West, and it is in Wyoming. You raise your hand to a woman, anything that happens after that, all bets are off. That's Wyoming stuff. So it took Dad, because, you know, so often it's tough for women to leave an abusive relationship. We're getting some of that, you know, on the Facebook comments. We're getting some of that. Facebook comments on this story have been a lot. This story getting a lot of engagement. And it includes one person who commented saying, you know, before you say, why doesn't she just leave him? You may not understand how difficult that is for women to get out of relationships like this. It's complicated. The phrase, it's complicated, it was invented for something like this. Why don't you just leave him if he hits you? It's not that simple. And in this case, Dad intervened, and Dad did a dad thing, in my opinion. Dad told his daughter, you need to get away from this guy. This guy's no good. Reyes spent time in prison for beating this woman in 2016. The daughter took up a relationship with him right away as soon as he got out of prison. And again, things went bad, and it ended with a phone call to Dad. She was crying. His daughter was crying, and he said, "Did he hit you again?" And I don't know. She answered. She just started crying. He goes, "That's it." And he went straight over there to the house, which, by the way, Dad owned and was selling to his daughter. He goes to the house, and Reyes, the boyfriend, said, "What are you doing in my house?" He said, What do you think you're doing? Busting into my house with a gun. And supposedly, and it doesn't even matter, supposedly a wrestling match takes place, and oops, Reyes is shot when the handgun goes off, 44 mag. And I think rightfully so, justifiably so, justice was done when the prosecuting attorney, even though the cops wrote this up with enough evidence, they thought to send this to a homicide charge. Natrona County District Attorney's Office made the fantastic announcement, in my opinion, that this was self-defense, whatever, self-defense or justification. When Dad shoots his daughter's boyfriend, abusive boyfriend, Dad, hey, it's a pattern of abuse. The story from Dale Killingbeck said a pattern of abuse, and Dad had finally had enough of it. So, yeah, no charges, and that sounds about right. On that lively note, let's go to a jazzy 4th of July celebration. It's July 3rd. What are you doing tomorrow for the 4th, Independence Day? We told you where to go. We told you where you can go. Stick a sock in it and go up there to Cody, where they celebrate 5 days of Independence Day. Or go to Du Bois, where Renee's going to be for the parade. Wherever you are, we wish you and yours a fantastic and safe 4th of July. We'll see you tomorrow, same time, right here on the Cowboy State Daily Network. Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.